Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this sitting of the House, Honorable House of Representatives on Tuesday, July 11, 2024. I would like to extend welcome to those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms, and particularly those on PBCJ live stream. We welcome also Mr. Wayne Robertson, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, officials from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and persons from the St. James West Central constituency. Welcome to the Parliament. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clarke, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clarke, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Forte, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terrelong, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Ms. Smith. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm also told that our Attorney General is here in Parliament today. Let us make welcome You're invited to join us in the well, AG. Thanks for being here with us today. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask you, Madam Speaker, if we could go directly to public business, and then I will ask for a recommittal of the items, the other items on the agenda.
The question is that we suspend all the items on the agenda and go directly to public. The question is that we go to public business and then we will resume after to the items previously on the agenda. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today it is our intention to continue the sectoral debate with contribution from the Honorable Marlene Malahoo Forte, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and Member of Parliament for St. James, West Central. My pleasure, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, could you make welcome to her feet our Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and the Member of Parliament for St. James, West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, although this is my third contribution to the sectoral debates as the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, it is actually my ninth since becoming a member of this Honourable House in 2016. The other 6 presentations were made in my role as the Attorney General. While I will report on all matters within the portfolio of the ministry, my presentation will focus heavily on the work to reform the Constitution of Jamaica, and in particular, the report of the Constitutional Reform Committee on the transition to the Republic of Jamaica and other matters. Madam Speaker, I find myself in a threshold moment. A threshold moment. And for those who don't know what that is, threshold moments are those turning points in your life when you face a difficult decision. Perhaps I'm not the only one in a threshold moment. You're standing at a crossroad, literally trying to decide which way to go. Madam Speaker, I feel like I'm standing at a demarcation line between the old and the new, what was and what is to come. The constitutional reform work, which I have been accorded the privilege of leading, is currently one of the national hot-button issues being debated in every forum by Jamaicans at home and abroad. It is clear Madam Speaker, that our Jamaica is poised for its next great leap. Yet, every great work that we're called upon to do requires us confronting opposition. However, the challenges and obstacles are not meant to defeat us, as I believe they are divine opportunities for growth and transformation. As a Christian believer, one of the things that characterizes my way of thinking is that in His perfect plan, the Almighty orchestrates people, experiences, and situations to equip us with the precise knowledge and abilities needed for where He is ultimately taking us. It is therefore important that we approach each day, every task, each interaction as an opportunity to grow, learn, and develop the abilities needed for the great assignments and responsibilities ahead. I am grateful, Madam Speaker, for the Prime Minister's confidence in me to lead this work and to lead the ministry. When the Prime Minister assigned me the task of leading the reform of Jamaica's Constitution, he did not tie my hands, Madam Speaker. He did not tie my feet. In fact, he gave me full freedom to marshal the work in the best interest of Jamaica. And this is the kind of leadership that Jamaica needs at this time, leadership which looks beyond the election cycle. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank everyone who has engaged with us on the journey so far. Sometimes I wonder if we realize that everyone in our life is a teacher. Some bring lessons about love and support. Others teach us what to avoid. So far, there has been no smooth sailing, as the waters have been very choppy. At times, I felt like the waters were shark-infested, and I was about to be eaten alive. The journey on the road to Republic has been a rugged one. You know, Madam Speaker, the challenge and obstacles we face are not meant to harm us, but rather to refine us, strengthen us, and prepare us. Madam Speaker, I also want to use the opportunity to pay homage to my St. James West Central constituents. There is a representative delegation from all 3 divisions of the constituency, and also from the management team and the executive and the staff at the office. I remain committed to serving the people of St. James West Central, and they can be assured that they have the best representation. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the staff of the ministry, and in particular, those who served in the supporting secretariat for the work of the Constitutional Reform Committee. I want to thank my friends, some of whom are present. I want to thank my family, and in particular, my husband. He is literally on a sick bed, but he remains supportive, and I treasure his wise counsel at all times. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, until and unless the changes are made, we are where we are. But based on what has been said in the public, I believe that it is important and useful for me to retrace the steps and remind everyone how we got to this place of focusing on the reform of the Constitution. There has been a lot of quarrel about the approach taken. The use of an advisory committee in the pre-parliamentary process is a matter of much debate, and I think it is important for everyone to understand that that is also a matter that is entirely in the discretion of the Cabinet, because, Madam Speaker, the process that the Constitution sets out when a bill comes to Parliament is a process that has to be followed faithfully. The process by which we make or break the Constitution is prescribed by the Constitution itself, and it must be followed. Any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency, and any law that is made in a manner that is inconsistent with the process that the Constitution says must be followed is also void to the extent of the inconsistency. Madam Speaker, there is really no flexibility in following the very complex and lengthy process that the Constitution sets out. And every provision that relates to the monarch is given the highest level of protection. I hear people asking whether you have to have a referendum in order to abolish King Charles III, King of England, as the head of state of Jamaica. The simple answer is yes, 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 yes. Some have looked on and they have seen what has taken place in Barbados, for example. And some are suggesting that we should just get on with it. Some are saying that there is no need for a referendum. But I want everyone to know that we cannot reform the Constitution in the manner in which we are proposing without the holding of a referendum. The provisions of the Constitution are differentiated by the processes that are prescribed, and in particular, Madam Speaker, the votes that are required to validly alter them. The provisions that are easiest to change require the votes of the absolute majority of each House. And that is to say, the votes of a majority of all the members of the House. And the absolute majority is in contrast to a simple majority, which is the majority of those present and voting. The provisions of the Constitution that are hardest to change require the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of each House, plus approval by the majority of the electors voting, not the majority of those who are enumerated, but the majority of those who go to the poll to vote. The Constitution lays down a specific procedure, complex and lengthy that must be followed. And I repeat it because it is important for everyone to understand that the process set out must be followed. But the Constitution also includes a path to be taken within set timelines when the required two-thirds vote is not achieved in the Senate, where at least one vote from the opposition is needed. It makes provision for a bill to be passed twice in the same session or in two successive sessions, whether of the same Parliament or not, and then submitted to the electorate for approval on a two-thirds vote. When the bill is passed by at least two-thirds of all the members in each house, only a simple majority of the electorate voting is required to approve it. This is an important point for all members of this honorable House to note. It's an important point for everyone listening to note. There are different thresholds for the vote of the electorate to approve a bill to alter the deeply entrenched provisions of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, although comprehensive work was done and substantive recommendations made over the decades, none of the provisions which require the votes of the electorate to change has been changed since independence, when the Constitution came into effect. And so, for those who ask, why do we look on the work that has been done before? It is simply because the work involves the same set of provisions that came into effect when the Independence Constitution came into effect. Prime Minister Holness's announcement in 2022 about Jamaica moving on from the monarchical form of government did not happen just like that. The initial timelines that I announced to get a bill to Parliament after I was assigned the responsibility to lead the reform work did not happen just like that. The announcements made and actions taken were done in a specific context against the backdrop of an understanding that the required consensus between the political parties represented in the Parliament existed. Madam Speaker, in a letter dated December 2, 2019, jointly addressed to the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, and Mr. Mark Golding, Leader of the Opposition, the Most Honourable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, wrote, "I write to you jointly as our Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition, who have the political authority and the opportunity to capture a truly historic landmark by establishing Jamaica as a republic within the Commonwealth and simultaneously repatriate our Constitution during the 60th anniversary of our independence in 2022. Mr. Patterson went on to say, "It has been fully accepted by our parties that the new head of state would be ceremonial in function, save for such powers as are expressly granted by the legislature, as has been done for governors general since the Most Honourable Sir Florizel Glasspool was entrusted with special duties on the advent of the Electoral Advisory Committee." He pointed out, based on the work and reports of previous commissions and parliamentary committees, the single outstanding issue is whether the incumbent should be chosen by a two-thirds membership of both houses sitting separately or jointly. He stated his view that one early Vale Royal meeting between the two could easily settle that. The former Prime Minister shared his sincere belief that the solution to the range of formidable challenges then facing the nation required unity of purpose and action, transcending partisan borders. According to him, it is repulsive to contemplate a diamond jubilee where our Constitution rests on an order in council dated 23rd July 1962, and a head of state who does not reflect our own image and enables every Jamaican to aspire in reaching the highest position within our native land. The Jamaican Constitution, which stipulates that the executive authority of Jamaica is vested in Her Majesty, was the first to be crafted when the ill-fated federation collapsed. We cannot allow ourselves to be the last to sever our colonial vestiges. The time is long overdue to seek yonder horizon during the year of our Jubilee. That was in 2019. Mr. Patterson concluded his letter to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition with a plea which he said was submitted for gracious consideration to reflect our oneness and ignite hope for this and succeeding generations. So, Madam Speaker, when we said that we were working to bring a bill to the Parliament for phase 1 of the reform, within 3 months of the establishment of the Constitutional Reform Committee, we did so against a clear understanding that there was no disagreement on the goal we were seeking to achieve. When I spoke for the first time in this ministerial role on June 7, 2022, I traced the constitutional history of Jamaica. I indicated then that there were important substantive and procedural issues to be resolved to ensure a smooth transition to a republic. I pointed out that each recommendation I looked at required both careful thought as well as substantial resources to successfully implement. I announced that to further the process of moving from recommendations to action, I proposed to appoint a constitutional reform committee to include representatives from the government, parliamentary opposition, relevant experts, and the wider society. I also disclosed that I had written to the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, with a request for him to name 2 members of the parliamentary opposition to the committee which was being constituted, and that I had set out the work to be done by the committee in very broad terms. My letter of May 3, 2022 was received by him on the afternoon of June 1, as stated in his reply to me of June 3, 2022. Mr. Golding confirmed the willingness of the parliamentary opposition to participate in the deliberations of the committee, but stated some initial concerns. Madam Speaker, I informed the Honourable House that the Leader of the Opposition was of the view that the relevant parameters for Jamaica to become a republic had already been agreed by the 2 major political parties arising from extensive constitutional reform consultative processes over the past 25 years, and that the required research had already been done. Mr. Golding expressed that the opposition felt strongly that the commencement of the process could not be delayed by shunting the matter to be again deliberated by another committee.
Said it clearly.
The Leader of the Opposition also pointed to what he described as the critical matter of Jamaica adopting the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final court of appeal. He said that he did not wish for the matter to be enmeshed in another process of deliberation by another committee, as the preparatory work for that had already been done. Furthermore, he said he was not persuaded that this was an appropriate time to embark on a review of the Charter of Rights, as he saw no compelling need to do so. And that was happening in the context of the SOEs being the focus of attention around matters relating to the Charter of Rights. Madam Speaker, I had several informal in-person conversations with the Leader of the Opposition after that, both before and after my 2022 sectoral presentation. I was also having internal conversations in the government and the ruling Jamaica Labour Party on the matters he raised in his June 3 reply letter. At the ministry, we requested and dug up all the files of previous work done. As a new ministry, we did not have the records, so we had to obtain them. But before I was able to send my written response, the Leader of the Opposition went public with the conversations we had. I resisted the urge to use the political platform to respond in like manner. I then opted to utilize ministerial statements to address what he said in the public, as not all was accurately said. On November 14, 2022, the Cabinet formally noted the extent of the constitutional reform work undertaken in the government of Jamaica over time, and the matters on which bipartisan and broad consensus was reached. Cabinet noted what was implemented and what remained to be done. Cabinet also considered whether perspectives had changed with the passage of time on those matters on which consensus was previously reached. It considered and approved the phased implementation of those matters on which consensus remained, starting with the change from a constitutional monarchy to the Republic of Jamaica and all matters for which a referendum is constitutionally required. The Cabinet also gave approval for the establishment of the Constitutional Reform Committee that was to be constituted by the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs for the purpose of consultation, collaboration, and advice on the work to be done to transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy as the first phase of the reform process. Madam Speaker, on the heels of the decision of the Cabinet, I made a ministerial statement on November 15, 2022. I provided an update to Parliament and to the people on the work undertaken over the years, the matters on which bipartisan and broad consensus was reached, what was implemented, and what remained to be done. I thereafter formally responded to the Leader of the Opposition on January 5, 2023. I received his response on January 10, 2023. The same day, I again reported to the Parliament on the proposed terms of reference for the Constitutional Reform Committee. Yet again, Madam Speaker, I made another statement on January 24, to, as I said then, and the records will show, to publicly set the record straight to correct the untruths espoused by the leader of the opposition, and to update the House and people on the status of the Constitutional Reform Committee. Madam Speaker, after that, the Vale Royal talks happened. And arising from those talks, the leader of the opposition named his nominee to the committee. The committee was thus formally established on March 1, 2023, to provide expert guidance to the government and the people of Jamaica during a phased constitutional reform process. It was to build on the comprehensive work previously done, not to replicate that work. Madam Speaker, very specific terms of reference setting out the policy approach of the Wholeness Administration were drafted for members of the CRC to review, settle, and agree. The terms outline the background against which the work was being done, the purpose of the committee, the scope of the work to be executed in 3 phases: commencement and duration, output, deliveries during phase 1, the members of the committee, the role of the chairman and the co-chairman, role of the members, the secretariat providing technical support, meeting frequency and modality, quorum, the decision-making modality, that of consensus, co-opting of members for subcommittee and other work, the reporting relationship to the Cabinet through the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and compliance with the relevant laws, policies, and procedures of the Government of Jamaica. The members of the CRC were also provided with a bundle of background documents comprising numerous reference materials as required reading for the work. When the membership of the committee was publicly disclosed by Prime Minister Holness on March 22, 2023, on the first day of its meeting, the criticisms came fast and furious. You know, it was one thing for those criticizing to question the wisdom of the composition. But when they began to launch horrible personal attacks on the members, it was unacceptable.
That's why I give him my shirt to stand up and talk to me. You have it for another 2 weeks.
Madam Speaker, every great work that we're called upon to do requires us confronting opposition. Every great work. I join Prime Minister Holness in his expression of thank you to the CRC. And some of the members are here, others are watching online. Madam Speaker, the fact that so much is being said about the efforts to reform the Constitution of Jamaica very much has to do with the work of the CRC. The CRC has met almost weekly since March 2023, with over 40 committee meetings, in fact, nearer to 50, and over 80 public engagements across the country. From the very beginning, the CRC intended to pair public consultation with public education. The CRC has consulted broadly with the people and civil society. we have heard directly from individuals and groups in our official meetings. We have gone into the spaces across the country to make it easy for the people to express their views to us about the process and substance of constitutional reform. We have hosted forums in schools, community centers, and places of worship, going straight to the people themselves. These open forums have served a second purpose: to inform and educate the people about the Constitution of Jamaica and the constitutional reform process itself. Now that the report has been completed, we will again hold public consultations and conduct a public education campaign about its content or recommendations, just as we had planned to do from the very beginning. Madam Speaker, it is entirely unrealistic to expect that the committee by itself can close the knowledge gap that exists in the society on the matters relating to the Constitution or matters of governance. It is unrealistic to expect that we are going to meet with every single person, especially at a time when people are so distracted or attracted to other material, when the algorithms direct attention to the negative more than the positive, to what is hostile more than what is friendly, and then give those proponents of hostility a space and make them viral. But you know, Madam Speaker, as I listened to those who have been criticizing, I want to remind that even though we have not heard and could not hear from everyone, as the committee deliberated, we took note of everything brought to our attention that was said. And we prepared a list of issues that was raised by Jamaican stakeholders, including interest groups, the diaspora, and the general public. And in each of the national newspapers, we published the list, Madam Speaker. And then we invited persons to contact us if their suggestion, their issue, or their concern was not represented in the long list of issues that we found, that we listened to, that was presented to us. Madam Speaker, as we prepare to turn to the next phase of the constitutional reform process, even while we have to take further steps in phase one, I want to assure everyone that we are planning a full and robust set of discussions on the matter of Jamaica's final court. These discussions will extend well beyond the CRC. It will involve the people directly. We will facilitate opportunities for the people both to learn about the options for the country and to express their views on the preferred path the country should take. Madam Speaker, we have made great progress thus far, but there remains many, many more miles to go on the road to republic. We are committed to seeing our task through to the final stages of the three-phase process that guides the work of the committee in the service of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the recommendations contained in the report of the committee. The report was tabled in the Parliament as a ministry paper, and we have done all that we can to make it available and accessible to the public. For those who operate on their mobile devices, in particular the mobile phones, we prepared a barcode and we published it in the newspapers. This leaflet that I'm holding up will be posted in practically every public space for members of the public to scan and access the content of the document. It should not validly be said. It should not validly be said or truthfully be said that anyone who is seeking to access the report is unable to do so in this age of technology. Madam Speaker, I invite every member of this House and everyone who is listening, who is interested, every member of the electorate, to take the time to familiarize yourself with the contents of the report. The recommendations will form the content of the bill that will ultimately have to be approved by the people in order to transition from the constitutional monarchy to the Republic of Jamaica. The report begins with information on the establishment of the committee, membership of the committee, membership of the supporting secretariat. The terms of reference are set out, and just in case there is still some quarrel about the approach being taken, please note that from day one, it has been the policy of the Holness administration to approach the work in phases. And I will come to explain why there can be no other way to do it, because of what the Constitution itself provides for. In the report, we express our thanks to everyone who has engaged with us in the process and those who have facilitated the work we have done. Everyone who has engaged with us. The operations of the committee, in particular the subcommittees and their mandate, is set out in the report. On the matter of public engagement and communication, the area where we have been criticized the most, the area where we are told that we have not done enough, even though we have done more than what was done in the past. And we acknowledge that more needs to be done. You will see, we are not saying that the engagement amounts to the kind of public education that is required to ensure that people become thoroughly familiar with the Constitution. We're not saying that. You will see, Madam Speaker, our participation on the various radio stations and television stations, our partnership with the Jamaica Association for Debate for Empowerment. Madam Speaker, report also lists the individuals and groups that presented to the committee. Mr. Carvel Stewart, the Jamaica Language Unit, the Jamaica Left Alliance for National Democracy and Socialism, the National Democratic Movement, the Advocates Network, We the People, Republic Jamaica, Citizen Action for Free and Fair Elections, the Jamaican Bar Association. Madam Speaker, we established a dedicated website, roadtorepublic.mlca.gov.jm, social media pages on Facebook, Road to Republic Jamaica, Instagram at Road to Republic Jamaica, on X, formerly Twitter, at Road to Republic. A dedicated WhatsApp number, 876-441-9097, and an email address, constitutionalreform@MLCA, that's the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.gov.jm, to facilitate the receipt of submissions from and responses to the public on matters related to constitutional reform. For ease of public access, to date, the written submissions of those who presented to the committee and the confirmed minutes of its meetings have been published on the Road to Republic website. Madam Speaker, I confess how grieved I was when I saw an article written by a certain man of the cloth. Madam Speaker, you know, he proceeded to describe members of the committee as, let me take two. When an article written by a man of the cloth, published on May 24, began with a false and disparaging statement, which described members of the committee as a bunch of political appointees representing the party in power, it went too far. As a response from Dr. Lloyd Barnett pointed out, although the members of the CRC were appointed by the cabinet, in addition to those who were appointed on the nomination of the leader of the opposition, there are several who do not represent the party in power, but are recognized as members of civil society broadly. If that man of the cloth is listening, I want him to know that many are questioning his approach, and they want him to know that he will not succeed in bringing anyone to Christ with such an ungodly, un-Christ-like approach. I just say they're wondering. Enough time.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member be allowed to complete her presentation by being given half an hour to 45 minutes. If you so please, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question is that the minister be allowed approximately 45 minutes to complete her presentation. The time given will not exceed 1 hour. I know the issue of the constitutional reform is one that is of national importance. Minister, members, those who are in favor, those against, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful. I know, Madam Speaker, that the very technical nature of this subject matter, makes it a little difficult for many. But we are seeking in phase one to achieve two broad goals. The first we describe as the Jamaicanization of the Constitution. And by this we mean having the Constitution of Jamaica enacted by the Parliament of Jamaica and approved by the people of Jamaica. Although the Constitution was formulated in Jamaica and debated in Jamaica, it came into effect at the palace, at Buckingham Palace, through an order in council. And, Madam Speaker, we describe that order in council as the imperial instrument that is to be repealed. We are firmly of the view that after 6 decades of sovereignty, it is no longer acceptable that Jamaica's constitution, although drafted in Jamaica and debated in the Parliament of Jamaica, be contained in a schedule to a British imperial instrument, the Jamaica Constitution Order in Council, made at Buckingham Palace in England on the 23rd day of July, 1962, by virtue of Section 5 of the West Indies Act. Madam Speaker, we reaffirm the statement in the green paper which was presented by the other side when they were on this side, that a new legislative instrument should be brought to the Parliament. Madam Speaker, the recommendation is that the reform program should begin with the Jamaicanization of Jamaica's constitution by repealing and replacing the present order in council with a Jamaican instrument. And simultaneously with this historic change, we would change the monarchical form of government by abolishing King Charles III, King of England, King of Jamaica, as our head of state, and establish the Republic of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, as part of the Jamaicanization of the Constitution, there is a recommendation for the insertion of a preamble. It's not new, but we will also be inserting the national emblems and symbols in the Constitution. The national emblems comprise the national flag, the national anthem, and the coat of arms. The symbols are the national tree, flower, fruit, and bird. The national motto, the pledge, the school song, and the national prayer. Madam Speaker, there is also a proposal to reform the presentation of the Constitution, beginning with the inclusion of the Jamaican Interpretation Act as opposed to the UK Interpretation Act of 1889, frozen in time. The words of enactment are to be updated, and we recently began that process. The bill was passed in this House. Madam Speaker, the British monarch is to be removed as Jamaica's head of state. That is the recommendation. The monarch is also to be removed from the legislative and executive authority of the state. With the removal of the monarch, the office of president is to be created. And the CRC has recommended a two-step appointment process. It begins with a nomination by the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition with a view to arriving at consensus, and then a parliamentary confirmation process. Interestingly, Madam Speaker, it was said that the only thing that remained to be settled was whether the vote to confirm the president should be taken separately, with each house voting separately or together. Since this recommendation has been made, issue has been taken with an aspect of it. Madam Speaker, there is a recognition that systems work, processes work until they do not work. And so there is a recommendation for the appointment of the president in the event that there is no consensus between the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. Some are saying that if the provision were to be included, it may be license for no consensus to be achieved. The members of the CRC do not hold that view. We took a lot of time looking at this matter. We had before us the example from another jurisdiction where it worked until it did not work. But this is a matter that we will be engaging with members of the public further. Madam Speaker, the recommendations speak to the required qualification for holding office, and it begins with the citizenship criterion: Jamaican citizenship and Jamaican citizenship alone.
And allegiance, and loyalty.
So here are the recommended criteria. Be a Jamaican citizen by birth or descent. And Madam Speaker, we had to look at descent because during deliberations, we considered a situation where a Jamaican family went abroad, had a child abroad, came back home, and all the roots are Jamaican. Do we give greater priority to someone who has no Jamaican roots, come to Jamaica, born in Jamaica, acquired Jamaican citizenship, and that's it? But we didn't leave it there. The criterion for citizenship by descent should be limited to 3 generations. And in this case, the nominee would be considered the 3rd generation, the parent of the nominee, the 2nd generation, and the grandparent of the nominee, the 1st generation. Therefore, the nominee's entitlement to citizenship by descent would be derived from no further than the grandparent. The prospective president is to be ordinarily resident in Jamaica and be permanently resident for at least 10 of the last 15 years preceding nomination. Not be under a duty of allegiance to a foreign power or foreign state by his or her own act and not another person's, and not be disqualified for election to the parliament. This issue of allegiance to a foreign state and a foreign power is perhaps the hottest button issue among the recommendations, because it also has relevance for membership in the parliament. The view is taken that there is no place for divided allegiance. Absolutely. Madam Speaker, a lot of commentary has been made about the type of president. Many describe the work done by the Governor General as the de facto head of state as merely ceremonial. It is not true to say that the functions exercised by our head of state or local head of state, that those functions are merely ceremonial. But it is important for everyone to understand that ceremony has an important place. And ceremony is reserved for matters of high importance. The recommendation for the term of office is for 7 years in the first instance, renewable for a second term of up to 5 years. There is also recommendation for immunity, resignation, and termination of appointment. On the matter of termination, Madam Speaker, there is a specific process that is set out which involves the establishment of an ad hoc parliamentary committee and the vacating of the office once a motion is passed, the investigation and the reporting, and the filling of the office during the process. Madam Speaker, the recommendation is for the retention of the parliamentary cabinet system. And I'll just indicate that our research shows that a parliamentary cabinet system is a system of governance in which the executive branch derives its legitimacy and is accountable to the legislature. In this system, the head of government, often called the Prime Minister, is typically a member of Parliament and is chosen on the basis of leadership or support of the party or parties which gain a majority in the parliamentary election. Madam Speaker, we had to look at the presidential system because there were many Jamaicans who were calling for a presidential system. And just to say that although we have been at pains to say that the recommendations of the committee were arrived at by consensus, as they truly were, there was a multiplicity of views in the discussions and the deliberations. The presidential form of government is a system of governance in which the executive branch is separate from the legislature. In this system, the president normally serves as both head of state as well as head of the executive government and is not usually a member of the legislature. Madam Speaker, in our engagement with the people, there were many who expressed the view that members of parliament were not able to spend as much time in their constituencies when they also served as ministers. And I believe, Madam Speaker, all of us who serve in the dual roles are sympathetic to that view because the ministerial duties are heavy and they extend beyond the constituency to the national. But you know, Madam Speaker, I pondered a lot on this because every time we say to our constituents that we're dealing with ministerial work, we will be there or we're not able to come because of other work which involves their welfare and the welfare of the nation. Some of them wonder. But speaking for myself, I have learned so much from what I see in representing my constituents. I have learned so much about the conditions under which the people live. When I go and I see all that I see, all that we see, it is impossible for us to make the same kinds of decisions without putting the people at the heart and center of the work we do. And so while there are disadvantages, the clear advantage is that when you see the people, when you have to find them where they exist, you are then enabled to make better decisions on their behalf. And for those constituents who make it very clear what their issues are, we thank them like my own constituents, because every day there are challenges that we have to deal with. And many of the challenges that are faced in the constituency require solutions in the parliament or in the cabinet, solutions in the ministries with subject matter responsibility for the issue confronting them. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe we may get there at some other point, but right now, we have to be concerned with the stability in our government. We have to be concerned with ensuring that we are sufficiently familiar with the system of government to do the work on behalf of the people. So, Madam Speaker, we looked at all of the recommendations and the reports, and in particular the Stone Committee report of 1990 that examined ways of strengthening the role and performance of parliamentarians. we carefully weigh the strengths and weaknesses of both systems. And at the end of the day, based on the material before us, we recommended retention of the parliamentary cabinet system. Madam Speaker, there is the matter of impeachment and recall that took a lot of time in our deliberations. In fact, the committee deliberated with full knowledge that a private member's bill was tabled in the Parliament and that previously, under the Jamaica Labour Party government, discussions were held about including a process of impeachment. Madam Speaker, we took into consideration repeated concerns expressed by the public about the lack of accountability among parliamentarians. In fact, I recall in my report to the Prime Minister and to the Cabinet advising that we will have to look at how we hold ourselves to account in a better way. We will have to look at the concerns of the people. Those concerns may not be addressed through an impeachment process or a recall process, but the people are demanding greater accountability from all of us. We discussed at length over multiple meetings the related issues. And we acknowledge the calls for the inclusion of a process of impeachment. We examined the history and experiences of impeachment in other jurisdictions. And in the end, we considered whether and how impeachment would work in the Jamaican context. After lengthy deliberations, we recommended that there should be no inclusion of an impeachment process in the reformed constitution. And we gave reasons for that. The reasons are that it is essentially dealing with what is a legal matter through a political process, as most impeachable offenses are criminal in nature and properly triable in the courts. We know that views are divided on this matter. We know that some people feel very strongly about it. We consider that the process can be easily manipulated for partisan political purposes, that it is difficult to ensure an impartial hearing by members of a parliament that is divided along partisan political lines. The need for investigative resources, and whether matter being investigated involves the allegation of a crime, then the normal criminal proceedings would be invoked, which creates the risk of competing and conflicting jurisdictions and outcomes. In the case where impeachable offenses are not criminal offenses, the definitions are generally vague, and therefore the impeachment process is regarded as inconsistent with the principles of natural justice. Since the report, our engagements with the people say, if not impeachment, why not recall? You know what is interesting, Madam Speaker? For many Jamaicans, their member of parliament is their first point of contact with government. They expect the member of parliament to do everything that all of government is required to do, except doing the work of a lawmaker, because many do not associate the office of member of parliament with that of a legislator and lawmaker. They believe that you are the social worker, you're the father, the mother, the spouse, you name it. That you are there to meet their every need. And so, can you imagine if a member of parliament is called upon to perform a role that is not properly the member of parliament's, that you have done all that you should do, can do, and you're waiting for another part of government to do the work. But the angry mob in the constituents decide that you should be recalled. If the numbers are high, you could have 3 or 4 elections, by-elections, happening in a 5-year cycle. So they say the strength of a democracy is that it is self-correcting, because it has the power of the decision in the vote. I know that this is an area that we will continue to debate, that we will continue to discuss, because we must bring greater accountability to the holders of public office, and the people are asking for more. The other hot button issue, Madam Speaker, is fixed general election date. And essentially people are saying that they want greater certainty around when elections are held. But having examined the issue, the committee took the view that should there be consensus between the 2 sides in the Parliament, this is a matter that could be considered for implementation. Although the committee recognized that in the context of Jamaica, fixing a specific date, the precise and inflexible date may be problematic in a country like Jamaica. But it is still possible to introduce greater certainty as to when elections are held. This is a matter that we will have to continue to debate. No one who holds office after the people have voted should be afraid of the people. No one should. Madam Speaker, I am asking that the recommendations be read. I'm asking that they be digested. I'm asking that each member of Parliament takes the recommendation to their constituents. I am asking that the discussions take place PD by PD, because at the end of the day, that is how the vote will be taken to approve any change that is made by the Parliament. Nothing goes to the people. Then you will deal with that. Madam Speaker, the recommendation that has floated around for a long time about the incorporation of the Electoral Commission in the Constitution has been made, and it is a matter that is to be implemented. One important change was made. The proposal is that the level of entrenchment be on the same level as our superior courts, and not that it be deeply entrenched. We have made recommendation for the incorporation of the Office of the Public Defender, and this is important for the Charter of Rights. Madam Speaker, the issue of the final appellate court is one of the hot button issues. We debated at length. We discussed at length. In fact, it was a big elephant staring us in the room at every stage. I indicated earlier that we will have to begin in earnest a serious conversation and discussion about the options that are open to us. Madam Speaker, we will continue to talk about constitutional reform. We will continue to go to the people. We will be moving as far as we can to have the Republic of Jamaica established. Before I move to the other areas of the ministry, very briefly, I wish to say that in order for us to move forward, consensus is required. Both sides of the Parliament must speak, must come together, must deliberate, must move beyond partisan differences. There is no disagreement about the goal that we're seeking to achieve. Absolutely none. We want it all, but we can't have it all at once. Madam Speaker, on the matter of why we have to move in phases, I invite members of this House to note that it is the bill that will have to be approved by the people. And the better view is that you do not include in the bill and send to the people matters that do not require their approval constitutionally. Madam Speaker, we will go forward. We are committed to going forward because we believe that this is the right thing to do. When we get to the other stages, we will determine. I hear a call for boldness in the move. Well, we will be bold to go forward. Madam Speaker, the other subject matters of the ministry are legal education, law reform, legislative work, and the revision of our laws, protection of human rights. The ministry, alongside the Constitutional Reform Committee, has been engaging in a robust public legal education on the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica. The legal education team engaged so far 2,751 civil servants in 48 ministry departments and agencies on constitutional reform over an 11-month period. The sensitization included the charter rights, the matters that are currently underway, duties, functions, powers. The team also participated in a panel discussion on religious liberty. They have engaged students in the school, and the work continues. Madam Speaker, the work continues. Education is a lifelong work. Lifelong work. On the matter of law revision, I pointed out previously that the Law Revision Secretariat, which falls under the ministry, is governed by the Law Revision Act. And it consolidates and publishes the laws of Jamaica under the direction of law commissioners. The main function of the Secretariat include textual changes to the laws of Jamaica, the statute and subsidiary legislation, preparation of the consolidated pages for printing and publication, preparation of the laws of Jamaica, and subsequent uploading of the laws to the website. The preparation process involves scanning, cropping, capturing the revised pages received from the printing office, updating the PDF versions, as well as the creation of links at the various sections of the law to facilitate ease of access. During this 2023-24 legislative year, the Secretariat completed one legislative year. That was 2021. You may recall that I indicated to the House how far behind we were when the ministry was established. The Secretariat also completed and finalized the revised pages for the statutes for the year 2022. In addition, 34 pieces of 2022 statutes are ready to be submitted for publication. The Secretariat is in the process of completing the 2022 subsidiary legislation with 28 of 35 pieces already complete. That's 80%. Madam Speaker, that is progress like we have never seen it on this front. To provide up-to-date and accurate legislative information online, we must reduce the lag time between enactment and inclusion in the revised laws of Jamaica. At present, Madam Speaker, and I ask everyone to listen to this, ministries do not have a compilation of ministerial orders, and many legal officers do not know where to find them in the Gazette. The goal we are working on is to introduce a dedicated website the Jamaica Legal Information Portal, where all acts passed by Parliament and subsidiary legislation can be published and circulated in a searchable database, which also includes sunset legislation and repeal acts of Jamaica, as well as gazettes containing legal notices and other relevant matters. Madam Speaker, this is so important. Many do not appreciate it because they may think that they are not lawyers, but it is critical for the legal infrastructure of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, last year I reported that the ministry entered into a memorandum of understanding with Jamaica Promotions Corporation to introduce a comprehensive information portal for the laws of Jamaica. The project is funded by the World Bank Group under the Component 1 of the Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth Projects. I'm pleased to report that the contract for the development of the Jamaica Legal Information Portal was awarded to the European consulting firm Softengi. Work commenced in February of this year, and a draft design of the portal has already been completed. The firm appears to be ahead of schedule, and if it continues at that rate, user acceptance testing can commence as early as the end of this calendar year. Madam Speaker, the ministry intends to use the website portal to engage on law reform issues. All who are calling for more engagement, all who are calling for a say, for the people to have their say, this infrastructure is being put in place to facilitate that in this digital age. The engagement will serve to inform both the public and the ministry about concerns that are to be considered in the development of law reform proposal. So, for example, what is happening now with a call by taxi operators about the demerit points. The portal, when complete, will provide an easy avenue for them to indicate their concerns and make their suggestions for changes. Madam Speaker, the ministry is working. The portal will provide access to the revised laws of Jamaica, and we're talking about all editions from the 19th century to present. The annual acts of Jamaica from the 17th century to present. The Jamaica Gazette publications, proclamation, rules and regulations, bills and acts, and the Gazette Extraordinaire. The introduction of this transformational tool will obviate the need for extensive time and effort to be expended to identify Gazette notices and laws. The portal will include judgments of the court. The publication of the laws of Jamaica has had a long history. However, it can be admitted that access to the publication has been limited to the few who are aware of their existence and who know how to access them. And this is something that has to be corrected as we go forward. This is something that must change, and the change is underway. Madam Speaker, I turn to the matter of human rights. The Human Rights Division of the ministry is educating all Jamaicans on not only their rights and freedoms, but as also their responsibilities. The inalienable rights and freedoms are guaranteed to the extent that they do not prejudice the rights and freedoms of others. Madam Speaker, the division has been working. The Director of Human Rights was a member of the Jamaican delegation which attended the 8th periodic review of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which took place in October 2023, and our esteemed Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports led that under this subject matter. It was our pleasure to support the work provide invaluable support to Minister Grange's work in that regard. Madam Speaker, on the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, International Human Rights Day is observed. We participated in the process. We aired a video on television, and we also place on the ministry's social media pages information. The ministry hosted a church service to commemorate International Human Rights Day. We remain committed to protecting the gains that we have made and to ensuring that all Jamaicans understand that the rights they are given to the extent that others are responsible. The rights are guaranteed in a responsibility framework. Madam Speaker, there are two other matters on which I will be reporting before I sit and before I indicate the way forward with phase one of the report. The Legal Reform Department is a principal law reform entity in Jamaica, one of 4 legal departments in the public sector, and one of the departments under the portfolio of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. The mandate of the LRD is to keep under review the laws applicable in Jamaica with a view to its systematic reform to meet the changing needs of the Jamaican society and to assist in the implementation of law reform proposals in accordance with government policies. Madam Speaker, the department is headed by Ms. Nadine Wilkins, and I really want to thank the LRD for the work they're doing and the support they have also provided to the Constitutional Reform Committee. You know, Madam Speaker, when people complain about the slow pace of law reform, I want you to know that although the ministry has a supervisory role, the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, no law is advanced until the ministry with subject matter responsibility advances that law. Tomorrow, our ministry will be meeting with the legislative teams for all ministries in the government of Jamaica to take stock of the work being done and to look at the issues under review. Madam Speaker, during the 23-24 legislative year, the LRD reviewed and provided comments and guidance to ministries on 87 matters. And when the printed publication is provided, you will see the details of those matters set out in an appendix. Turning to the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel, Madam Speaker, the office is headed by Ms. Judith Grant, a very competent Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and her support team of highly skilled and committed drafters and secretarial and administrative staff. Every time I speak, I say, don't blame the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel for any delay that is in the system. That is not where the delay occurs. The Parliamentary Counsel comes at the end of the chain. I'm happy to report that for 2023-24, approximately 77 bills were prepared, with 14 passed by the Parliament, 10 draft bills, and 53 drafting assignments completed by the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel. Appendix 2 of the printed report will set out the details, Madam Speaker. During my sectoral presentation last year, I reported to the House that one of the strategic priorities of the ministry is to address the slow pace of legislative reform in the public sector by strengthening inter-ministerial collaboration. I further reported that all ministries are required to work within settled timelines and that a projectized approach has been adopted to improve the management of the process. Our ministry continues to provide technical guidance and support to all ministries and their legislative teams. Madam Speaker, we need more resources. We need more resources. all ministries are required to prepare a policy paper which cogently captures the policy intent regarding proposed laws. We need more policy specialists in government. The current arrangement sees ministries as a first step preparing a cabinet submission outlining the proposed legislative amendments. Madam Speaker, the government needs more expertise across every ministry, department, and agency to deal with policy work and to deal with the legislative work. I indicated earlier that the next legislative teams meeting will be convened. I did say tomorrow, but it's actually Thursday. It is our intention to provide further guidance to the ministries on the effective development of legislative policy, to review the performance of the teams for the 23-24 legislation program, and to make presentations on the modernization of outdated legislation. A new scorecard system will be introduced by the ministry, to the ministry by the Office of Parliamentary Counsel at the legislative teams meeting. The OCP administers a client feedback form that its client ministries complete once a bill is completed. The scorecard will be completed and it will provide data on the quality of instructions received from each ministry. The data will be compiled on a database and assessed periodically to determine the extent of the assistance provided, to be provided. Madam Speaker, I am about to take my seat, but before I do so, I want to indicate that the CRC is moving to prepare the drafting instructions for the substantive bill to transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. When the bill comes to the House, it will have to be laid for 3 months before it can be debated on. It is the intention to use the first 3 months to hear from the people and to further inform the people about the bill. The proposal is for the bill to be reviewed by a joint select committee of the Parliament. After the bill is debated on, another 3 months will have to elapse before it is voted on. And we will take into account the points raised during the debate. After the bill is passed in the House of Representatives, this Honourable House, it will go to the Senate. Yes, a joint select committee will be held. Joint select committee will be held to review the bill. The time between the tabling and the commencement of the debate will be used. Madam Speaker, the Constitution says that if a bill passed in the House is not passed with a required 2/3 vote in the Senate within a month of it being sent there, it will be regarded as having been rejected by the Senate. It will then come back to the House for a second vote. And that second vote can take place in the same Parliament or in a subsequent Parliament. There are timelines that are set and which have to be honoured. And after the bill is passed, it will go to the people. Madam Speaker, we will have to spend a lot of time working on the process by which the bill will be approved. Just to say, Madam Speaker, that there are technical matters, and it is not the intention to put to the people any matter that does not require constitutionally their approval. We can't really mix up the provisions, in other words. And that is why when we sorted out the work in phases, we made it clear that we would deal with the deeply entrenched provisions first, and then we will move on to deal with the ordinarily entrenched provisions. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are where we are. Jamaica is poised for great things. A lot of work has been done. A lot of work remains to be done. The invitation is for all Jamaicans, and in particular the people who are the electorate, to join us on the road to republic. Madam Speaker, it's not an easy road, but it's a righteous cause. And when we pursue a righteous cause, the universe has a way of coming to the rescue. It is my expectation that we will find the maturity to rise above the partisan divide and do what is right in the interest of Jamaica. Yes, please. Yes, please. There comes a time when we have to put Jamaica ahead, and this is the time. Madam Speaker, I thank all of my colleagues for their indulgence. I thank everyone who has interacted with us. Let us not break out the quarrels. Let us spend our time finding the solutions. Madam Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to do this work. Prime Minister, I commend you wholeheartedly. I commend you for not politicizing the process. I commend you for enabling the discussions and the debate to take place. The leadership that you have exercised is the leadership that is required for such a time as now. Prime Minister, those who come after us will find us faithful, and they will honor your leadership in this matter. May God bless all of us and bless Jamaica, land we love.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank our colleague for the wonderful presentation, and I think we should give her another round of applause. Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, I now ask that the sectoral debate be suspended.
The motion is before you. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader?
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of the agenda items, commencing with statements by ministers.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statements by ministers. Welcome the Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clarke.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good to see you in that chair. on a temporary basis, of course. Madam Speaker, I wish to update this Honourable House on the progress that has been made in the process of the proposed transition to the Twin Peaks model of supervision and regulation of the financial sector. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that in January 2023, I announced the intention of the government to reform and enhance the system of supervision and regulation of the financial sector in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the regulatory environment in any country has to reflect the structure of the industry that it regulates. And in Jamaica, over 90% of financial sector assets are within financial conglomerates. And therefore, the regulatory structure needs to reflect that. The Bank of Jamaica was charged with leading a collaborative process for the introduction of the legislative framework and operational arrangements necessary to bring about this important change. Under the Twin Peaks model, the Bank of Jamaica will assume full responsibility for prudential supervision of all bank and non-bank financial institutions, and the Financial Services Commission will be transformed into a new regulatory entity that will supervise all bank and non-bank financial institutions from the perspective of market conduct and the protection of consumers of financial services. We have often in this House lamented the fact that market conduct regulation is below what we want it to be. And so the idea is that we'll have one institution that is dedicated totally to that purpose. The system of financial sector supervision that emerged after the financial sector meltdown of the 1990s is in urgent need of a radical overhaul and significant strengthening. Madam Speaker, it is clear from the escalation of public complaints about banking services, for example, that it is imperative that there be the introduction of comprehensive and robust consumer protection framework for financial sector services. The legislative framework for this is not presently in place. However, we're committed to addressing the gap as a matter of urgency. It is clear from the high-profile instances of fraud involving financial institutions and the funds of depositors and investors that there is need to strengthen the supervisory framework for all financial institutions. The adoption of the new Twin Peaks model will change the existing bifurcated supervisory architecture and the sector-by-sector regulatory approach, where today we have the BOJ regulating certain sectors on a prudential basis, the deposit-taking sector, which includes banks and billing societies, the the cambios, as well as the microcredit. And then you have FSC regulating other sectors, such as insurance, securities, pensions, etc. Under the new approach, Madam Speaker, the prudential regulation of commercial banks, billing societies, merchant banks, microcredit, and eventually credit unions, along with non-DTIs, such as security dealers, insurance companies, and pension funds, being consolidated into one regulatory peak under the supervision of the BOJ. Similarly, all market conduct and consumer protection regulation will be consolidated under the other peak, under a proposed Financial Services Conduct Authority, which will be the successor agency to the FSC. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority, on full implementation of the Twin Peaks model, will be responsible for market conduct regulation and financial consumer protection for all operators in the financial sector, whether they're DTI or non-DTI. So the people of Jamaica will have a consumer champion, as has long been advocated in this House, that is totally and solely focused on consumer protection across the financial services sector. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the team led by the BOJ Governor Richard Biles and involving staff of both the BOJ and FSC and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for the ardent, concerted, and focused work that they have been undertaking since I made that announcement. They have consulted with the financial sector on the Twin Peaks concept for Jamaica and have updated me on those consultations. They have studied the implementation and operation of Twin Peaks in other jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Belgium, the Netherlands, South Africa, among other countries. The process has benefited from the sharing of experiences by institutions around the world that are already managing the Twin Peaks model, including the Bank of England, the South African Reserve Bank, the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, and the Financial Sector Authority of South Africa. As we seek to implement a new regulatory system to meet the highest standards in the world, there have also been consultations on the technology implications with the Bank of Lithuania. The team has benefited from the technical expertise provided by the World Bank and the IMF, and discussions are currently underway with the Inter-American Development Bank for the provision of additional technical assistance. The implementation of Twin Peaks model is expected by 2026. A Twin Peaks concept paper, which sets out the legal and operational contours of the model, was prepared and submitted for my approval by the BOJ FSC Twin Peaks Steering Committee, chaired by the Bank of Jamaica Governor in 2023. The concept paper has been approved, and we are now in the final stages of the preparation of a cabinet submission for the consideration and approval of cabinet, following which formal drafting instructions will be issued for the development of the bill to address proposed changes to the law to give effect to the Twin Peaks model of financial regulation in Jamaica. The development of Twin Peaks legislation is receiving the required urgency and priority. We believe that it will be better at this time to focus the limited resources on the development of the legislation for a comprehensive and robust regulatory framework that the Twin Peaks model will deliver, rather than developing interim legislation to address gaps relating to consumer protection for financial services. However, Madam Speaker, we'll not wait until that time to pass before we begin to address urgent issues affecting the financial sector, and especially those pain points being experienced by members of the public who have to use financial services. Given the timelines and the urgent need to begin to address some of these deficiencies in the shortest possible time, the BOJ FSC Twin Peaks Steering Committee has proposed a period of practice of the Twin Peaks arrangement within the constraints of the existing statutory provisions takes place before the legal cutover to the framework of the Twin Peaks model. This was the approach adopted by the United Kingdom. So we are moving towards Twin Peaks legislative architecture, but rather than have a 180-degree changeover overnight when that law is passed, we move gradually towards it within the bounds of what the statutory, what the statutes allow us to do, and we engage in something that we call Twin Peaks practice period between now and when the legislation is tabled and passed. For the Twin Peaks model of financial regulation to be successful and to facilitate a smooth transition once anticipated changes to the framework are passed, the BOJ FSC Steering Committee has recommended that during the practice period, both organizations collaborate in a structured way to allow a seamless transition for the financial sector and the public. The Twin Peaks practice period is scheduled to commence in this quarter and will run through to the selected appointed date when Twin Peaks legislative changes come into effect. The Twin Peaks practice period, Madam Speaker, is intended to enable capacity building and closer collaboration between the regulators, pending the passage of the legislation to enable implementation of the Twin Peaks model. In anticipation of the legislative changes proposed, the objective of the practice period is to prepare team members for Twin Peaks implementation by providing opportunities for real-world experience in the supervision and regulation of DTIs and non-DTIs within the constraints of existing regulatory frameworks. It will also help to lay the foundation to facilitate a smooth transition at the legal cutover to the Twin Peaks regime. It is important to repeat and emphasize that during this practice period, the two regulatory entities, BOJ and the FSC, will collaborate and operate within the confines of the existing laws. However, just to illustrate what we mean by the practice period, I'll give the tangible example of Twin Peaks practice that was recently implemented with the comprehensive set of service level standards for the management of automated banking machines, ABMs, by DTIs that were jointly developed by the BOJ and the FSC and issued by the BOJ to its licensees on April 2nd of this year. The performance of commercial banks against those standards is now being published so there can be full transparency and the public can help to hold the institutions to account. Madam Speaker, the laws governing BOJ and FSC do not at the present time provide them with the legal authority to enforce such standards related to consumer protection through the imposition of fines. It is proposed that this will be addressed under the legislative changes proposed under the Twin Peaks model. In the meantime, however, the service level standards for ABMs were developed and issued to address an urgent problem through consultation. It is anticipated that standards such as these will be incorporated as legally binding regulations when the market conduct and consumer protection framework is passed into law as part of the Twin Peaks regime. The various institutions and umbrella associations in the financial sector are now being provided with detailed information on the proposed Twin Peaks practice period. It will occur in phases. The first phase is the preparation phase. The aim of this initial phase is to build the capacity of members of the FSC and the BOJ teams assigned to market conduct and prudential regulation through training. So the legislation is going to result in a Financial Services Conduct Authority in 2026, but it has to be staffed by people. If we want it to hit the ground running, the people have to be trained from now in market conduct supervision. After the preparation phase, there will be a pilot phase, which will seek to further deepen the capacity building process by, one, carrying out simulation exercises involving the application of proposed requirements and supervisory models that will be implemented when Twin Peaks goes live to mimic real live regulatory cases, both prudential and market conduct. Two, commencing a joint examination of selected conglomerates.
The minister's time has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the minister be given sufficient time to complete his statement. Thank you.
The question is that the minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, House Leader, members of the House. So we're on the second phase, which is the pilot phase, and the part two of the pilot phase is commencing a joint examination of selected conglomerates which have both DTI and non-DTI operations. Again, practice so that when the cutover occurs, it can be seamless. The third phase of the pilot is the publication of joint standards which will govern the behavior of licensees of BOJ and FSC under both the prudential and market conduct consumer protection peaks. So what you saw earlier this year with the standards that were published with respect to ABMs is just the beginning. There'll be other standards published during this practice phase when the legislative teeth does not exist, but through consultation and publication, we as society will hold institutions to account until the legislation is passed. And then the third phase, the practicum phase, during this phase, staff from the BOJ will be seconded to the FSC and vice versa in order to gain deeper exposure in the supervision and regulation of all segments within the financial sector. And fourth, the implementation phase. This phase will allow for seamless transition to Twin Peaks by implementing in both regulators the operational structure that it is anticipated will exist after legal cutover. So until legal cutover, the two regulators will continue to utilize existing laws in terms of approvals and rejections, on-site examinations, off-site monitoring, risk mitigation, corrective action, and enforcement. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to remind members of this House and all Jamaicans that the challenges faced by our country in this area are many and varied. Some are very complex. These challenges cannot all be solved overnight. The solutions to our country's problems requires cooperation across the aisle in this House and across sectors in society at large. It is hoped that the measures being adopted by the Bank of Jamaica and the Financial Services Commission to prepare the way for the Twin Peaks model of financial regulation in Jamaica, once the legislative amendments proposed are adopted, will allow for the seamless transition to this new financial regulatory framework, which will strengthen the regulatory environment from both the prudential and market conduct perspectives. Madam Speaker, in our relentless pursuit for prosperity for all, peace and good order in our country, this government will continue to adopt a collaborative approach and seek to find common ground with all sectors of society and ultimately with the people of Jamaica, whom we're sworn to serve and represent. And this is the approach that we have taken with this matter, with consultation and entering into a practice period prior to even the legislation being tabled and passed, so that this transition can be smooth and the people of Jamaica can have regulatory authorities that focus on prudential supervision and on market conduct, raising the standards in Jamaica. I believe, Madam Speaker, that adopting this collaborative and consultative approach as we develop and move towards implementing the Twin Peaks model of financial sector regulation and supervision in Jamaica will help us to build a stronger financial sector and a better Jamaica for all. Thank you.
The member from St. Andrew South East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, on the first question I have relates to the decision to delay the implementation of legislation which would allow the BOJ to hold financial institutions accountable, particularly around consumer-facing issues like the ABMs. I question it because even though the service level agreements is a step in the right direction and the publication of the results of the performance of the banks is also a step in the right direction in terms of transparency, the nature of the financial services sector is that individual consumers and businesses have very little choice in terms of moving from one institution to another. It is exceedingly difficult. So even if with the publication you recognize that the bank that you are a customer of has failed to meet those requirements and has not implemented remedial action, you as a consumer would find it very difficult to move to another bank. So I would question why wait the 2 years to implement the provisions for the BOJ to hold them accountable. And I believe that type of legislation exists in other parts of the world that we could look and adopt. I'm primarily concerned about those consumers who every day, whether it's on a Friday or at the end of the month, have to travel at extensive cost to themselves, going from ABMs to ABMs, can't get money for various different reasons. And I must tell you, I don't know that there has been an appreciable improvement just based on consumer feedback since the publication of the guidelines. So I would question the decision to wait the 2 years to empower the regulator to hold those banks accountable versus depending on voluntary compliance from the financial institutions. The second question I would ask in terms of moving to the Twin Peaks, has there been an assessment done as to the cost to financial institutions to comply with the new model of the Twin Peaks and whether the regulatory fees are going to be more than what currently exists for those financial institutions, because obviously those are going to be passed on to the consumers in the final analysis. And my third question, not directly related to your statement, but I'm surprised that to date I haven't heard from yourself as minister or the government as a whole in terms of the response to the court ruling related to the FSC, which was made 2 Fridays ago. It has implications for a number of matters, the pursuit of a criminal case, because one of the orders is to stay both civil and criminal proceedings. So we need to know what the status of the criminal proceedings are. Plus there are a number of other things. And while I saw what I would consider a holding statement by the FSC, I expected the government as a whole to indicate how it plans to proceed in an environment like that. And that's within the context of, as you would probably get, the cause of investors now being more concerned about whether they can recover the monies that they had in SSL, the investment made by the government of Jamaica to have forensic auditing firms, etc., participate in building a criminal case. And right now, I must say there is a high degree of uncertainty about how we are going to proceed in this environment.
Thank you. Thank you, member, for, I must say, your thoughtful contribution. I'll try to address the points that you mentioned. We're not making a decision to delay legislation with respect to ABMs. What we're doing is making a decision to allocate the slender resources that exist for the drafting of legislation in the most optimal way possible. If we divert attention away from drafting the legislation for the comprehensive reform of the regulatory architecture for the financial services industry to pursue ABM legislation, for example, or to pursue legislation on fees, right, both of which are going to be dealt with in a comprehensive reform, what will happen is that we will delay the comprehensive reform even further. And we have much more to gain from the comprehensive reform to the regulatory architecture. We're making substantial progress in that regard. As I mentioned in my statement, I'm expected to be able to go to Cabinet within the next, month or two to obtain from Cabinet the approval to issue drafting instructions to the CPC. So the drafting of this legislation for this comprehensive reform will begin in this financial year. Maybe by September or October, the actual drafting of it will begin. We're just being very realistic by putting a date when it will be finished and ready for tabling. If I could be more, yeah. So that's the date we have in mind. So it's not a matter of delaying. The drafting is going to start in September, but we're much better off drafting the comprehensive reform bill than drafting a piecemeal replacement that might take us long in any case and doesn't solve the entirety of the problem that we face. As a member of parliament and as Minister of Finance, I too get the complaints, many of them from members on this side, from their constituents who send them videos and send them photos. Nothing right now, but certainly last year and towards the end of last year of people standing in long lines, trying to access ABMs not being in service, and so forth. And those experiences would have led to the promulgation of the service standards that we have published. Now, since publication, I'm not saying that that is a panacea, but the report as at, I think it was May, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry, the report as at the end of March as compared to the prior period showed that the number of ABMs in operation increased from 93% of the entire fleet in January 2024 to 97.5%. It could be a part of what's published in the, there's something that's published every month, the BOJ publishes the statistics every month. And the statistics from March as compared to January, 97.5% of ABMs were operational as opposed to 93% in January. In addition, the other headline statistic is that the licensees are to maintain at least 90% of their ABMs in operation with a minimum uptime of 95%. So for March, on average, that was achieved. It doesn't mean that we're there, but the point I'm making is simply by publishing, no institution, and we all talk to them all the time, certainly my conversations with them, nobody wants to be last on that list or to be towards the bottom. So it has already led to certainly plans for massive investment in ABMs. It takes the lead time to order, between order of an ABM and ABM arriving in Jamaica is quite lengthy. It can be, if my recollection serves me well, it could be in the order of 6 months, and in some cases it could be longer, 8 or 9 months. But just the publication and the national attention being focused on this issue has already led to a change in behavior on the part of the DTIs who operate those ABMs. Now, you made a point about when people see the published results, and if they're with an institution whose results are less than par and they want to move, there's difficulty in moving accounts. I agree with you that moving accounts is not as seamless as it should be. A few years ago, we abolished stamp duty on financial transactions, which made it less costly to move loans. Ad valorem stamp duty, yes, ad valorem stamp duty on financial transactions, which made it less costly to move loans from institution to institution. The remaining knot that we have to solve to allow for seamless movement of accounts is to have a common framework for know your customer documentation. What happens today is that you go to Bank A to open an account, you have to provide your ID, your reference, the things that you're asked for. If you go to Bank C, you have to do it over again. Go to Bank D, you have to do the same thing over again. What we're moving towards, and my next statement in this House, hopefully in a few weeks, will be on this issue, that we're going to be moving towards establishing an electronic Know Your Customer platform that will allow you to be diligent for Know Your Customer once, and the institutions can share that. Once that becomes operational, the challenge that you mentioned will subside because it will be easier. That is the main hurdle of moving accounts, because you have to replicate Know Your Customer. And with this change that I'll speak to more fulsomely in a few weeks, we will be able to, or customers will be able to fulfill the Know Your Customer requirements once electronically and have that information shared among institutions. Question about fees and so forth. For some types of fees have not been increased for some time. So at some point, regulatory fees are going to have to adjust to the new environment. It would be too premature to speak about that now. But when that time comes, we can have a fulsome conversation. Let's just put it this way, that I think the schedule for looking at certainly FSC's fees is about this time. Have not been increased in a number of years. You asked about SSL and the judgment. My statement is not designed to address that issue, and it's something that I'm happy to address at another time. Suffice to say that, I won't comment on on FSC's opinion on the merit of the judgment or whether or not they will pursue an appeal. That is under active consideration, and lawyers will advise, and the FSC will act accordingly. The court certainly did find and did conclude that the entity SSL was insolvent, and at the time of the signing of the declaration of solvency by the director of that company, the court did find that the company was already insolvent, even though they signed a declaration of solvency. The court found that that had no bearing, however, on the appointment by the company of the engagement of the company in winding up procedures. And the court matter was really about which entity ought to have jurisdiction over SSL during its winding up process. Should it have been the trustee appointed by the directors or shareholders, as the case may be, of SSL, or should it be the FSC appointed temporary manager? The court's decision was that it should be the SSL appointed directors and shareholders. And the FSC has already published that it will abide by the court's decision in that regard. The FSC, however, had the FSC not gone in when it did with the appointment of a temporary manager, we would never have known the full extent of the fraud. It was the FSC's involvement and allowing the FID to go in along with the multinational team of forensic experts to allow the FID to conclude that the fraud was much larger than initially anticipated, and many more persons were affected than initially disclosed. So it's a good thing that the FSC got involved. The case centered around the issue of the property rights of the shareholders of an insolvent financial institution vis-a-vis the rights of the society to have a secure financial system. And if it's one thing I'll say at this point, and if there is an appeal, there'll be more to be said in court, not in Parliament, is that our regulatory framework stops short of recognizing that property rights of shareholders of a failed financial institution or an institution that's about to fail or about to become insolvent at some point have to be subordinated to the society's rights for a secure and stable financial system. And right away, as the Leader of Opposition is saying, right away, and it is an absence in the regulatory framework that we have. The good news is that before the end of June, we plan to table in this House a special resolution regime for financial institutions. Let us call it in a common vernacular, an insolvency bill for the financial sector, which proposes to resolve this, when you resolve this gap that exists, that we, in the court's decision, they're continuing to recognize the property rights of shareholders of a failed institution that is beset by fraud. Beset by fraud. People have stolen money, stolen $3 billion. And the judgment is that the property rights of the shareholders trumps the society's need for financial sector stability. If people understand the implications of that judgment, they would be, and therefore as legislators, our responsibility is to make sure that we plug that gap in legislation and regulation to ensure that it is very clear that you have property rights when you are functioning properly and you're not injured, posing a risk to the financial system. But the moment, as the Leader of Opposition is saying, as the moment it becomes apparent that you can pose a broader risk to the stability of the financial system, your property rights have to be subordinated to the rights of the Jamaican people to a stable financial system. The legislation that is coming is dense. I remember in 2014 when the bankruptcy bill was tabled, and I was on the Joint Select Committee, it's a legislation that, and you were on it as well, a legislation that is going to be similar but far more complicated because of the nature of the financial sector. And we're going to depend on the support of the entire House to get through that legislation and to get through it in as quickly a period as possible so that we can avert any repeat of any problems in the future. And as has been said, it's a legislation that will deal with the issue once and for all of ensuring that taxpayers are not called to account to pay for failed financial institutions. I didn't plan to say any of this, but since I'm on it, I might as well. Yes, the legislation, I will be traveling on government business, so it may have to be tabled by one of my colleagues, but once I get back, I'll give a statement and an overview of it. But essentially, coming out of the global financial crisis in 2008, the G20 that influences the Financial Stability Board promulgated new standards for financial system stability and for the intervention in failed financial institutions. And those standards called for taxpayers not to be off the hook for financial sector interventions. About 30 or 40 countries have already implemented the special resolution regime, and the legislation proposes that Jamaica become one of those countries that implements a special resolution regime that allows for the intervention in failed financial institutions without resort to taxpayer funds, and also resolves this issue I mentioned earlier that has surfaced in the SSL matter of this conflict between property rights of shareholders of failed institutions and the rights of the society to a stable financial system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, you would appreciate then why I expressed my surprise that you took so long to talk on the issue, because having read the judgment, understood the implications, not just for SSL, but for the future, where you may have a situation like this. We may have a disagreement about how long it took us to intervene, but we don't disagree that the FSC had to intervene to protect the overall financial system. And while I'm not here to discuss the legal case, the issue of being able to stay criminal proceedings is something that I believe requires, from a policy perspective, if there are loopholes in regulations or legislation, that must be addressed. I mean, it's one thing to deal with civil, but to stay criminal, I mean, I don't want to go further because I may be subject.
If I may say, on that point, on that point, we are certainly of one accord. But let's just be clear on what the judgment said. It said that proceedings against SSL, the company, right, I'm going to respond to that. So it spoke about SSL, the legal entity. The proceedings against them, any proceedings against the legal company ought to be stayed. And I think the motivation of the judge was simply that because there's going to be this change in operational oversight of the winding up, it didn't want the new trustee to be overwhelmed with actions that they have to respond to. So he just said, look, just have a stay on that. But that stay is limited to the legal company, SSL. It's not within the judge's remit, and indeed he did not try to impose any stay on any prosecution of any individual connected with SSL. So as far as the investigation into SSL is concerned, you know, the principle, the position of the government is that leave no stone unturned, get international help, and follow the leads wherever, follow the evidence wherever it leads. That was a policy position. The FID operated according to that policy and turned over to the Director of Public Prosecutions a huge file which the DPP is reviewing and needs to rule on. None of that is interrupted by the court's decision. I want to be very clear on that, as it regards individuals. And the DPP in our Constitution, there's nobody who can take away the DPP's right to prosecute. So I want that to be very, very clear. Thank you for raising that. That will not be, that is not a consequence of this judgment. If there are to be prosecutions individually, that's not going to be interrupted by this judgment.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, the course on which you have embarked to introduce this Twin Peaks system to replace what exists now is a monumental exercise in terms of complexity and the work that will be required to implement it. As somebody familiar with the legislation that exists today and the regulatory structure which has been built over some decades, which exists today, I am envisaging the not only legislative and legal task ahead for drafters and technical persons who support the drafting, but the cultural aspects as well of regulation, because the Bank of Jamaica, as regulator of deposit-taking institutions, has had a fundamentally different approach to regulating licensees to the FSC. The FSC regulating, in particular, securities dealers, but also insurance companies. And I know that there are concerns in the industry about the idea of moving those subsectors within the industry that are not currently under the BOJ's rubric into the Bank of Jamaica, knowing the approach and culture of regulation that is followed as the DTI, the deposit-taking institution regulator. Given our scarce resources for developing and preparing, drafting legislation, I'm just wondering whether this really is necessary. This model is a model that is followed in some countries, and you've cited some in your statement. It is also a model that is not followed in some countries, regionally and around the world. And the weaknesses that were exposed in this SSL saga were largely as a result of some poor decisions, in my opinion, that were taken as the composition of the board of the FSC and some of the decisions that were taken by its management. And to have this huge change to the overall regulatory structure as a result of one institution going through the trauma that it did is I'm not sure whether that, for example, was that decision to move in this direction triggered by SSL, or did it precede it? I mean, we have not really had major problems in our financial sector for a long time. The regulatory system that we have has held up well. We went through the 2008-9 international global financial crisis extremely well. We had no insolvencies, we had no troubled institutions. There's really been no need for a regulator to step in and assume temporary management of a financial institution in Jamaica for a very long time before this SSL problem, which was a fraud problem due to the dishonesty of management and persons inside that institution. So I'm just saying, to my mind, another approach could have been, and this is water under the bridge probably, given the amount of time we've already spent on it, but another approach could have been to really look at what the problems were within the FSC as to why this happened and to ensure it doesn't happen again. And indeed, the issues which have come out in this case, which may be resolved by the Court of Appeal, if the matter is appealed, we don't know. But if it prevails or if it becomes apparent that the situation of this lack of clarity as to the role and powers of the regulator when faced with an insolvent institution vis-a-vis shareholder rights, if that can be resolved by legislation, or could be resolved by legislation addressing that, and then you say you're bringing something comprehensive, and I know that thing, what you're bringing has been something in the pipeline for years. So, it's finally arriving, which is good, but I just think that we've made a decision that is going to be extremely challenging to implement. This transition is not going to be easy. The drafting is going to be challenging because you're dealing with, banks that offer checking current accounts. You're talking about securities dealers that are managing people's investments, giving investment advice, and dealing in securities for their own proprietary book and also on behalf of clients. The whole insurance industry, general insurance, life insurance, health insurance, pension fund management, and all the different related services that are required by the pensions industry. Micro-lenders, which are only recently brought under the BOJ. It's a lot. And each subsector has its own nuances and its own challenges. So the integration of all of that into the BOJ going forward, and then the market conduct piece, which is going to be expanded, because it's not just market conduct, which the FSC already addresses, as I understand it, but consumer protection as well, which is a new feature that doesn't currently exist, and that my colleague member for South St. Catherine has been trying to address for many years by bringing legislation here to deal with a particular part of it, which is the way the banking system treats its customers. So that whole thing is going to be added, but not limited to banks, but is going to also apply presumably to insurance company and securities dealers and pension funds, their interaction with consumers and whatever consumer issues will arise from that. So it's a massive exercise, a complex exercise, and I'm just wondering if we couldn't have addressed the immediate problems that emerged from the SSL debacle could have been themselves fixed without having to take on board this very heavy lifting that, you know, is ahead of you. And, you know, that is really my doubting concern, yeah.
Madam Speaker, thanks to Leader of Opposition again for a very honest contribution. I'm glad that you framed it as you did. It is a monumental and complex undertaking because you're talking about there's legislation that exists for each of these sectors. So you're coming up with new legislation that has to consider what exists and make consequential amendments, cut and, you know, moving things out, putting things in. Let me begin, though, by addressing one of the questions that you asked midway through. Was this motivated by SSL or was it being thought of before? Right. Okay. It was being thought of before because it's really a response, not so much to SSL. SSL provided a catapult to get it done, but it is a response to the emerging nature of our financial services industry. When you make financial regulatory changes, you'll agree, you don't make them for the situation only that you have today, but you make the regulatory changes for how you've seen the industry evolve over the next decade. Because you can't make massive regulatory reform every year. You make it every decade, every 2 decades. So you're thinking 2 decades into the future in making the reform today. For better or for worse, our competition authorities, our regulatory authorities, our governments over time have allowed for increasing conglomeration in the financial services sector. So you have big financial groups that have a bank, have an insurance company, have a security dealer, have a health insurance, have a general insurance. That market structure is not commonplace around the world, where these entities exist in other places, but they don't dominate the space. In Jamaica, the conglomerates dominate the space, i.e., if you were to add up all of the financial, services assets, and then you were to say what proportion of these financial services assets are in conglomerates as opposed to standalone entities, the number is about 90%. So all financial services assets, 90% of those assets are in these groupers. In other markets, you'll have a huge standalone health insurer that's not related to a bank. You would have a huge general insurer, the largest general insurer in the country, in the country, for example, that's not associated with a securities dealer. And you'd have the largest securities dealer in the country that's not associated with a health insurer. In Jamaica, given our history and given this is not a blame game, I'm just stating the facts as they are, the situation we have today is that the financial supermarkets dominate the landscape. Now, if you have a regulatory structure that in an island where the financial conglomerates dominate, if your regulatory structure does not reflect that, i.e., instead of your regulation being conglomerated themselves, you're regulating health and pension separate from the DTI and others. What it allows and what we have seen and what we know will happen is that gaps can emerge. But it does not. So gaps can emerge, and you can move things around in ways that make it hard for the regulator to find. And that, if that were the case for a single entity that was 10% of financial assets, it'd be one thing. But in our case, that's all that we have. 90% of the financial assets are in this group. So it poses too much of a risk to our country to have this segmented supervision where each regulator is only seen a part, right? So each regulator is only seen a part of each of these financial conglomerates. And when you come to look at them, human nature, you can have things there when the other guy comes, it's moved to somewhere else. that is a risk that we cannot take. We have allowed, successive administrations have allowed for the conglomerates to emerge. We haven't stopped the market from operating, and for people who want to get together, they get together. People want to buy each other. We haven't stopped it, right? But no, so the regulatory environment has to respond to that, and just to make sure that, you know, and what is likely to happen with the deleveraging of the government that started some time ago and continues is that the financial sector is likely to grow in size in terms of assets under management, and the challenge that I just articulated will become more complex and complicated. And so that's the first reason. And then the second reason related to that is, out of the SSL, the tragedy of SSL, as I put it, is that, as you have pointed out, Jamaica went through global financial crisis, JDX, NDX, COVID, global inflation crisis, and we did not have any prudential problems. And by prudential, we mean solvency, safety, and soundness, right? And what happened? We had a tiny entity that didn't pose a systemic risk to the rest of the financial sector, where there were originally market conduct failures, significant market conduct failures, that for whatever reason, and we can address that and discuss that openly as well, whatever reason were not appropriately addressed, and weren't appropriately addressed because the emphasis of the entity was on prudential supervision. So the view is that this is a problem, we know it's a problem, but you know what? This is not going to bring the financial system down. I have bigger things to look at, right? So it's there on the board report, SSL, well, you know, this is not going to erupt anytime now. And I'm paraphrasing, I'm being very general, please don't take my words out of context. You know, we have to keep our eyes focused on the big prudential risks. Prudentially, this is not an issue until the very last minute. It's not, you know, these are market conduct things. So what it highlights and it points out, and like all other countries, your regulatory environment grows out of your experience. So you have experiences and you grow and you have better and broader regulation. What that points to in no uncertain way and complements other concerns is that Jamaica needs a focused market conduct regulator where market conduct is not subordinated to prudential activities. In the Jamaican regulatory landscape, the prudential consideration, safety and soundness, is the dominant concern of both regulators. And both regulators have market conduct under their umbrellas, even though the legislation is not tight and not the way we want it to be. But both BOJ and FSC have market conduct responsibilities. But in both organizations, market conduct is secondary to the prudential safety and solvency considerations. And that explains the experience that we have of constant complaints. On your side, you know, Southeast St. Catherine, on our side, Western St. Mary, Chairman, St. Mary, when I say St. Mary, you control all of St. Mary, right? Have been leading the call, you know, for, and as I said, the structural reason why the problem exists is that market conduct in both organizations is subordinated to prudential and solvency regulation. And so what we aim to do with this regulatory clarity and overhaul, which is a mammoth undertaking, is to ensure that market conduct and consumer protection receives as much focus as prudential by having an organization that is charged with looking at it overall comprehensively. But again, doing this reform in a consultative way, there's been consultation with the sector. That's why we're here. I didn't make this presentation in Parliament last year. I've made it after the consultations have happened. The regulators have heard from the industry and are incorporating their thoughts into what is to come.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, much have been said. I'll restrict my comments to the Twin Peak proposals, which we have said over and over we welcome for a very long time. Regrettably, it has taken so long. On February 13th, in this House, your predecessor announced that the BOJ was developing the framework for that. 6 years ago now. February 2018. No, not Twin Peak. Not Twin Peak, but the framework for the consumer protection, which will be submerged in the Twin Peak proposals that you have referenced. Those are the issues, Minister, that affects ordinary Jamaica on a day-to-day basis. And yes, you are correct, the prudential issues have been the priority of both the BOJ and the FSC. And the market conduct have been neglected. And it was not neglected out of ignorance. I want to believe it was deliberately neglected because both entities knew. So ignorance can't be an escape. That said, we welcome the regulations for the ABMs in 3rd of April, I think it was, that it was promulgated. And it was taken to be an interim step to deal with the exigency of the moment. The frustration that the member from Southeast St. Andrew made reference, and the whole country was crying out. Minister, I hear you speak of how complex the Twin Peak. Yes, and you concurred. And I concur too that it is complex. But Minister, we can't make perfection, continue to make perfection the enemy of good. I hear what you say about the complexity and how long it will take. The truth of the matter, we have promulgated comprehensive legislative reform. The Banking Services Act of 2014 is an overhaul of the 1960 Banking Services Act. The banking system never come to a halt until that act was promulgated. While at the same time, you have interim amendments to the Banking Services Act until the 2014 Act, which repealed the 2020 Act. That's how the new Banking Services Act came about. We did changes to the Bail Act. The existing Bail Act didn't die until the new one came. It subsumed the provision, and you had the conversion into the new act. The Firearms Act, just some recent one I'm remembering, we did an overhaul of that without dropping our hands. I'm simply saying, why can't we make interim legislation in those specific areas that are of urgency? For example, the absence of penalties for the provisions in the regulations that the BOJ, right? There are no pecuniary penalty. It all depends on voluntary compliance. And we are saying that without the force of financial liability, it is at the whim and fancy of the institutions to comply. Interim penalties can be pending the promulgation of the Twin Peak, the more comprehensive provisions anticipated and welcome in that legislation, which from your presentation is 2 years from now, 2026. 18 months, what's the difference? Right?
6 months. 6 months is the difference.
Yeah. Okay. 18 months from now, 18 months, shy of 2 years. Right? And you're a mathematician, so if you round it up, it's 2 years, right? 2 years for it to come. You know the old Jamaican saying, while grass a grow, ass a starve?
Low bite. It's low bite.
My country, I learned that one. The point I'm trying to make, Minister, don't cause the public to suffer what the legislation would cure at that time. Let us do some things now until that comes in place. At the committee meeting of the Economy and Production Committee recently with the BOJ on the ABM regulations, they have given 1 year for those to come in place. 9 months. Again, round it up, it's 1 year. Yeah, you are. I don't know why you choose to round down, you know? Right? But Minister, we proposed then that, and as I said publicly, I'm repeating it, I welcome those provisions in that, and it's pretty much a comprehensive set of provisions. The main difficulty I have is the absence of the penalties that are there. What we proposed to the BOJ at the committee, don't lump all of the provisions for compliance at the end of, you rather say 9 months, at the end of 1 year. There are some that can be complied with within a month or two. All the institutions liable for those that you don't need a long time on. There might be need to procure, which might take some longer time, so I can see those going to the 9 months or 1 year duration. But don't leave everything out at the end. Deal with what can deal now and provide tight protection for the consumers until we get to that perfect state. Secondly, Minister. Thirdly, fourthly.
Round it up, it's round
it up. Yeah, round it up. Yeah, man, from third to fourth, yes. The consultation, Minister. People are being affected, the public, the consumers, by what the institutions are doing. In the case of the ABM regulations, no consultation were made outside of the institutions themselves. What about the public? What about the other stakeholders who will be affected? We can't make laws and only the lawmakers are involved with it. People who are going to be affected by the laws and the regulations must be a part of it. So I'm submitting, Minister, that for the Twin Peak provisions, legislative provision. The new standards, yes, both the standards and the legislation, that the consultations is not restricted to those industry players, because they're going to set the rules to benefit themselves, you know, and those who are going to be affected by it have to then react to it. Let us not cause the reaction. Let us bring the people into the decision making in that. So I want to submit that the stakeholders and the public at large be a part of the development phase rather than at the end. Lastly, you know, about 2 years ago, we raised the issue of the transferability of accounts across institutions to the BOJ. And the governor made it clear that something can't be done because institutions don't want to share all kinds of reasons why it couldn't be done or can't be done. And of course, that is what prohibits the ease of access. So I welcome the point you've made about the electronic portal that can allow for the information, which will enable portability of information across institutions, of course, with the authorization of the person that would be, whose information will be transferred. We welcome that. And I'm going to plead to you, don't make this be forever too. It takes an inordinately long time for anything to be done to protect the consumers. So I urge you, Minister, thank you.
Just ask my question. Minister, if you have taken your notes, would you be okay with allowing the last member from St. Anne Southeast?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for your clarification and for coming to discuss, I think, wholesomely just the conglomerates of what is happening in Jamaica. My question has to do with what you spoke about in terms of plugging that gap that the courts say exists, and that you're coming with a piece of legislation, perhaps at the end of this month, to plug that gap, especially where some of the more high-profile cases that we've seen recently, one in particular. And the reason why I asked the question, Madam Speaker, is because we do have a very high-profile Jamaican who experienced significant fallout. And it has embarrassed Jamaica and our banking sector. And I want to know if that piece of legislation is going to help not only the consumers of SSL, those persons perhaps who have lost pensions, etc., but certainly everyone would have known of Usain Bolt and what was experienced. If this piece of legislation is going to help us to get and solve some of those critical issues with those persons who invested, and especially some of the larger investors who I'm sure the international community is looking on and saying, what is happening with this case? It's been, I'm not rounding up the numbers, but it's been about 1.5 years, and I think it is important that as a country, and certainly as lawmakers, that we do everything in our power to address these issues. So I'm asking if that piece of legislation that you hope, that you say you're going to come with to plug those holes, will be able to give some redress to some of those persons who are waiting on this unfortunate situation.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the contributions of both members. Member of Southeast St. Catherine, I wouldn't use the South St. Catherine, sorry. No, that's on our side. I wouldn't use the language that market conduct has been deliberately neglected. No, I mean, the regulators are creatures of the laws and regulations we pass in this House. The emphasis of Jamaica coming out of the financial sector failure of the 1990s has been on prudential and solvency. We have all been, whether we acknowledge it every day or not, we have all been impacted by that experience collectively and nationally, and we have resolved that we're never going to go that way again. And so the predominant focus of our regulatory bodies has been on prudential and solvency. And as a consequence of that, market conduct has been subordinated. And not because anybody is bad or anybody is not doing their job so much, but just because of coming out of our historical experience and our legislation, regulatory architecture doesn't pull market conduct out and creates a separate sort of platform for it. Now, you mentioned that the consumer protection issues have been discussed over time. And you're correct, but it's not that nothing was done. You mentioned my predecessor would have said had things on consumer protection. You'll remember a code of conduct was established and an Office of Consumer Complaints established at the BOJ, and so on. So progress has been made, but what we have seen is as Jamaica's macroeconomy improves, the financial sector's asset base has grown considerably, and therefore we need more, much more than has been done already. And so hence we're in this place. Now, the concern that you have about ensuring that we hear from the public is one that I share and I endorse. It's quite likely that Twin Peaks legislation coming here, quite likely that it might need some process, right, because it's so mammoth. We'll see what happens at that time. But even before then, certainly even with the promulgation of the standards that are likely to come in other areas, during this practice period. And the main focus of my statement today, apart from the clarification on SSL that I was asked, but the main focus of my statement was to sort of inform Parliament and the House that we're going to enter this practice period where the regulators, within the ambit of existing laws, are going to begin to prepare for Twin Peaks by practicing it. And so you're going to see other standards come out, and so when you see it, not to be surprised. I can certainly have a word with the regulators to ensure that any new standards to come out, that we make sure we have a session where we hear from the public and not just from the institutions. That's something I absolutely agree with. Yeah, but we want, right? So it's, again, I think I've addressed the concerns. I think so. And then member from Southeast St. Anne, absolutely. The case involving SSL, as I said, is like a punch to the gut. It hurts deeply, and it has put a blemish on Jamaica, on Jamaica's, you know. What we have to do is learn from it and put in place the regulatory changes to ensure that something like that never happens again. The legislation that I'm planning on tabling, or will be tabled, maybe not, I'll be traveling as I mentioned, but it has to be tabled before the end of June, will address some of the challenges that we've had with resolving the SSL issue. One of the central challenges, and has not been, even though I've said it, has not been fully appreciated in the public domain, that because of this issue of property rights versus the company, the FSC had to use all kinds of mechanisms to shepherd SSL from January 17th until the court decision, which, when this law is passed, it would be a much easier thing to do. For instance, during all this time, when FSC had a temporary manager, the company was still owned by its shareholders, and under the Companies Act, they were the ones empowered to make binding shareholder resolutions and decisions, notwithstanding the fact that this was a failed entity, and people had $30 billion there and needed to get their money back. So because FSC didn't have the power of a shareholder, it had to use other mechanisms to get involved. So for example, even even as far as funds are concerned, people are wondering, I remember there's this huge reaction when I mentioned the possibility of the government, you know, introducing $15 million to pay salaries. You remember the reaction was furious, which I totally understand. But thank God the insurance proceeds came through. But the reason for that is that FSC did not have control over the resources of the company, apart from the resources belonging to investors, it could pay them back, but it could not like dip into the company and use the resources to pay, because it didn't own the company. The shareholders are still the shareholders on record. Under the new dispensation, which will come with the passage of this act that I plan to, well, that will be tabled before the end of June, there won't be that confusion or that conflict. If an institution is about to fail or fail, the ownership will vest in the regulators. The regulators will own the shares of the institution and will have the power to use the institution's resources to pay for the fix of the institution, if you understand what I'm saying, right? So the hurdles that we had dealing with the SSL debacle will be resolved with the passage of this legislation and resolving this conflict between the rights of shareholders and the rights of the public in the circumstances of a failed institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Professional Engineers Registration Board for the financial year 2021-2022. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited for the year ended March 31, 2020. Annual report of the National Environment and Planning Agency for the financial year 2014-2015 and its related ministry paper number 25 of 2024. Annual report of the Southern Regional Health Authority for the financial year 2013-2014 and its related ministry paper number 26 of 2024. Annual report of the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016. Annual report of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission for the financial years 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Perth 1A Housing Development Order of 2024. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development, Batch 2, Order 2024. The Monetary Policy Statement for the period of 6 months ending March 2024. Quarterly Monetary Policy Reports dated February 2024 and May 2024. Under the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act of 2017, we have the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Measures, Extension of Period of Operation Orders of 2024, and their respective resolutions in respect of the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Garden Zone, the Savannah Lamar Zone, the Augustown Community Zone, the Mount Salem Community Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, and the Norwood Community Zone. Finally, we have the Ministry Papers number 27 to 33 of 2024 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Measures, Social Interventions Updates, December 9, 2023 to June 4, 2024, dated June 4, 2024, in respect of the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Garden Zone, the Savannah Lamar Zone, the Augustown Community Zone, the Mount Salem Community Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, and the Norwood Community Zone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees. Sorry, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Perth 1A Housing Development Order 2024, and the reports of the Regulation Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development, Batch 2, Order 2024.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. Be it resolved that the monetary policy statement covering the 6 months ended March 2024, supported by the quarterly monetary policy report, February 2024, volume 24, number 3, and the quarterly Monetary Policy Report, May 2024, Volume 24, Number 4, which were laid on the table of the House of Representatives on the 11th day of June 2024, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following under the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. And I have to go through all 7 on this occasion. Just I'm told that I've reverted to. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform, Zones of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, hereinafter as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister and Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant community gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder and threat of rule of law and public order is necessary so to do. Whereas, in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security, and community development measures now with the committee in the parish of St. James, Order Zone 2021. Whereas the order provides the zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after constituted joint command, may order subject to affirmative resolution of the House Representative extend the said period such further period each not exceeding 180 days. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Norwood Committee in the parish of St. James, zone extension of the period of operation order 2024. I now therefore be resolved by this honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Norwood Community in the parish of St. James, zone extension of period of operation 2024 resolution. 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Norwood Community in the parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare by any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, declaration of the Denham Town Community Zone number 2 order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides for the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution at the House of Representatives extend the said period for such periods, each not exceeding 180 days. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operations, special security community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and the environments in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community on Environment in the Parish of St. James, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject of affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further period, each not exceeding 180 days. Whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones, special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environment in the Parish of St. James, extension of period of operation 2024. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environment in the Parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2024 Resolution 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and the community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environment in the Parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation of Order 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures. The Savlamar Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2024 Resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operation for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder and its threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Savalamar Zone Order 2022, and where that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and where Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further period, each not exceeding 180 days. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Savlamar Zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2024. Now therefore be resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Savlamar Zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2024 Resolution. 2, the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Savlamar Zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones, a special operation, special security and community development measures, Act 2017. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Garden Zone, extension of period of operation Order 2024. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter after the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, Parade Garden Zone Order 2022. And where that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and where Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 180 days. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Garden Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024. Now therefore be resolved to this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Garden Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. 2. The law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Parade Gardens Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution, whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister and Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operation for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and its threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, Greenwich Town Order 2020. And whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 180 days, and whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation 2024. Now therefore be it resolved by the Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. The law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zone of special operations, special security and community development measures Act 2017 hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, August Town Zone Order 2020. And whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 180 days. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2024, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone, extension of period of operation order 2024. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operations, special security community development measures, the Augustown Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2024 Resolution. 2, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2024 hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Thank you.
Part of the
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak other than a seat, other than my own.
Permission granted.
Whereas, in our law, rape is defined as a man committing the offense if he has sexual intercourse with a woman without her consent or knowing that she does not consent or reckless disregard for her consenting. And whereas, in our Sexual Offences Act, sexual intercourse...
Member Hano?
Yes.
You have to indicate. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next
Madam
meeting
Speaker.
of the House, I will move the following motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I begin again? Madam Speaker.
No, well, Member Hannah actually barely have any permission to go ahead today based on when the motion came. So the indication, member, since you're complaining, was to allow it to wait.
I'm not complaining,
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Hold on a moment, please.
Madam Speaker.
No, she didn't have permission yet.
No, man. Wait until them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberations on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection Perth 1A Housing Development Order 2024 and the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberations on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection Catherine Estate Housing Development Batch 2 Order 24, which were laid on the table of the House on the 11th day of June 2024, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas, in our law, rape is defined as a man committing the offense if he has sexual intercourse with a woman without her consent or knowing that she does not consent or reckless disregard for her consenting. And whereas, in our Sexual Offences Act, sexual intercourse is defined as the entrance of the penis to the vagina only. And whereas, if the same man uses an implement or any other body part to penetrate her vagina, mouth, or anus, it is considered grievous sexual assault. Or if he uses his penis to penetrate anywhere else on her other than her vagina, he may not be technically charged for rape in Jamaica, but rather grievous sexual assault. And whereas in our law, it is only a man that can rape a woman, and a man cannot experience rape in Jamaica, whether by a man or by a woman, which is presenting a legislative dilemma, creating inequitable legal consequences surrounding how we treat rape in Jamaica. And whereas, because our legal definitions have been unchanged for centuries, many boys and men who have been or are being raped and sexually abused by men and women, or men, continue to suffer in silence and don't come forward out of fear of being stigmatized or thrown in jail, even though they are the victims. Be it resolved that we acknowledge and confront the fact that many of our boys and men are raped and continue to be raped, and change the law to give them redress and equality in our treatment of men and women in Jamaica. And be it resolved that we modify our legal definition of sexual intercourse to make the act of rape in Jamaica gender neutral. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm seeking some clarity.
Can't talk outside. Can't talk outside. Questions, answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. There are two matters under my name, Madam Speaker, and I intend now to...
Minister Green, would you be so kind as to hold a moment and disconnect your mic? Minister of Finance goes first in this regard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Finance, please do not destroy the mics.
Yes, Madam. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
So, but public business should have said House Leader, and I wouldn't be in this mess. House Leader, please line out for the House the order of business. So House Leader says next it's Minister of National Security. Oh, I'm putting the question. Those in favor? Minister of Finance. Those against, the ayes have it.
So, no, this motion was just referring the Monetary Policy Committee reports to the Standing Finance Committee. And the date for the governor to appear before the Standing Finance Committee will be sometime early July at a time that we agree on with the Speaker and the House Leader.
I ask now that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, do you want to introduce Minister of Finance? Minister of National Security?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders that enable me to take the model resolution notes of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Consistent with the requirements on the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures act, we are seeking further extension to all 7 zones areas currently declared as zones of special operations in the communities, as indicated in the resolution for Mount Salem, Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savamar, all slated to expire on the 25th of June, 2024. Madam Speaker, we know that community intervention takes this time, and while the Act is perfect, we continue to undertake continuous assessment and review with the highest regard for due process and efficiency. Members will recall that the Act was amended to include, among other critical provisions, increasing the period of extension from 60 to 180 days, a move that was accepted by the entire House. For that process, Madam Speaker, as my sectoral presentation to Parliament in last May would have highlighted, that in addition to the legislative changes, we have taken a targeted approach to the business of city security by designing a framework towards social investment and transformation of these volatile communities. This continues to be a strategic priority to the government, a long-term but critical pathway to a safer and more secure Jamaica for all the citizens. Madam Speaker, I must further emphasize that city security remains at the heart of the current initiative being implemented within the zones of special operation. These interventions are aimed at removing the vulnerabilities and weaknesses within these volatile spaces. Madam Speaker, though these targeted interventions, the ultimate goal is not solely reduce homicide rates in these zones, but to renew, increase public trust in the state and state agencies, reduce victimization, increase human capital development, especially among the youths, empowerment of our citizens, create safe and peaceful environments, to name a few. Over the past 6 months, we have remained focused on reducing crime and violence in the communities of Mount Salem, Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savamar, undertaking the necessary investment to change the social condition within these communities. The relevant ministry's papers are on the table, and it is envisioned that, Madam Speaker, that these social investments combined with investments in the security forces and community policing, alongside advancement in government legislative agenda, will garner the desired outcomes and bring us closer to meaningful change for the greater citizen security. Madam Speaker, to better position the government to carry out our program for social transformation, I'm happy to report that since May last request for an extension in December 2023, a strategic review of the City Security Plan for Jamaica was completed, and the City Security Business Group continues to meet on a quarterly basis to oversee this process. In fact, we meet next Friday. Madam Speaker, the findings of the strategic review will not only better inform the operational plan and interventions going forward, but also to assist with ensuring even more robust coordination and excellent execution of the full multi-sectoral programming undertaken to transform the zones. Madam Speaker, this government continues to innovate, pursue efficiency and accountability in conducting the people's business. We have made significant progress in these zones over the 6 months and will continue with these efforts. Therefore, Madam Speaker, consistent with the requirements on the law reform, the Zones of Special Operations, Special Community and Development Measures Amendment Act, we seek to further extend all 7 zones currently declared as zones of special operation. Acting on the advice of the National Security Council, in accordance with the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, and in accordance with Section 5 of the Act, which guides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House or Representative extend the period referred to in Section 4.3. The Mount Salem, Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savamar zones of special operations, special security, and community development measures to be extended for a further period of 180 days. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So,
I'm sure the member plans to debate. I'm happy I can elicit a smile from you this afternoon.
Madam Speaker, I do not intend to debate, but I do intend to say just a few words. Minister, as usual, where we are, this is not a contentious matter. And we have long been monitoring what has been happening in the 7 ZOZOs. But honest to say that sometimes when I come, I feel almost as if more needs to be done in terms of our assessment, our discussion of what is happening, what is left to be done, how is the money being spent, is it best spent, and what is happening in the various zones. I will repeat what I did the last time, Minister, that I do believe that the violence in the Greenwich Town ZOZO is still far too high, really far too high. And I also therefore believe that something else has to happen and something also has to take place in the Greenwich Town ZOZO. And I say that because I have gotten in the last 2 weeks several calls around it. The reason why it bothers me is because when that happens, it has the tendency to break the public's confidence in the level of protection that they're expecting from the ZOZO. And I believe that that is not what we want, and that therefore is something we have to guard against. So I welcome the reports that are here. I am hoping that at some point, whether it is extra parliament or elsewhere, we will have a deeper conversation about what is happening in the zones and their impact in a way that serves us better. Yes, and also ask you to pay a little attention to the Greenwich Town ZOZO to see if we can reduce the level of criminal activity that has begun to raise its head again.
Minister.
Member from Southwest St. Andrew. Yeah, I agree with you that their Greenwich farm in the last 6 months has seen small in absolute numbers, but significant. But in fact, it's the only one that is showing an increase. The average decline is some 33%, but they're high as 88% in somewhere like Kingston Central. And that's the kind of more numbers we'd like to see operationally. They're 68% in Westmoreland, and they can go across. But we have seen that central western zone, Denham Town, is still below, but not where it should be, as well as Greenwich Town. We have had some challenge in reconvening the social intervention committees. What we are looking at in that in the future we'll create rather than a single convening each social intervention committee separately. Like in the corporate area where we have 4, we try and convene all 4 on a single day so we want to restore the participation, and we want the review to be done quite in depth so we can take steps to correct some of them. There has been progress made in these areas, but we need to review them to see what more we need to do to keep it going. Principally, the physical changes, I think, are well received, but we need some more in-depth analysis on what we do on the softer side, especially in a small community like Greenwich Farm, where the services are not all included in the community, from schooling to the police services, police station, health services, etc. We have to look at how we get that done, but we are looking at it, and I hope we can, in our discussion in the Social Intervention Committee at the global level, review these activities. So, Madam Speaker, we remain confident that the zones of special operations are indeed transformative in their concept in these committees, and the lives of the residents have in fact been impacted significantly. As we advance the work of the zone, the government will expand partnership with our bilateral and multilateral partners to further support critical areas for intervention within the city security plan in these zones. Madam Speaker, social vulnerability is directly linked to criminal violence. The government has given high priority to addressing these needs of vulnerable communities through community renewal and social transformation intervention. Because we understand that by addressing the social ills and restoring a sense of hope and a future to these young men as one violence professional say, giving them, in our sense, ontological security, which means they have ambition to achieve something productive in their life and to do so with reality. We will reduce the likelihood that they will resort to a life of crime. Madam Speaker, I now seek for the House's support in extending all 7 zones of special operation. Thank you. This video.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader?
Yes. Madam Speaker, we will now take the resolutions on the national identification on NIDS, after which we will take the report of the House regulations and then the conch levy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader, we could have just taken the regulations, which is short, so that when Minister Green stands on his feet, he doesn't sit down. He'll be there for a while. Minister Chang, please turn your mic off for us. Minister is deferring to you. We'll just close off on regulations.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion notice of which was given earlier be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of the House the motion which was laid on the table of the House on May 21st, 2024, in respect of the housing benefit Silver Sand housing development, and ask that it be approved.
Question is that the motion notice of which was given earlier be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let's invite to his feet for all his resolutions, many they are, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Digital Transformation, who sits in the Senate, I will take today the resolutions that I had laid in this House on her behalf earlier. Madam Speaker, today we take a massive step towards making the lives of our citizens easier. Easier for our citizens to access government services, easier for our ministries to dispense benefits, easier for our people to do things like open a bank account or transfer their accounts from one bank to the other. Today we take a major step towards making it simpler for people to verify their identity. Madam Speaker, this House may recall that on January 9th, 2023, the government published online draft regulations on the National Identification and Registration Act 2021 for public review and comments. Madam Speaker, this was an unprecedented move in bringing transparency to public governance. At that time, I sat as Minister with responsibility for needs in the Office of the Prime Minister and brought these key regulations related to the people's new inclusive ID to the public. We decided to take that approach, Madam Speaker, because we wanted the public, the people, to have an opportunity to comment on those regulations and to share their views, as it is part of this administration's commitment to the principles of good governance and participatory democracy. Madam Speaker, the decision to obtain the public's feedback on the regulations was beneficial and has helped in making these regulations better. The government has since reviewed and incorporated the valuable feedback received. Comments were received from civil society, legal professionals, and the wider public. The recommendations did show careful consideration, and the government took several suggestions from the public on board. The feedback received focused on ensuring that the National Identification and Registration Authority provides the best service, unparalleled transparency, exceptional accountability, robust data protection, and strong information security. Most importantly, these recommendations ensure that the national ID remains the ID that the people want and is governed by the laws and regulations the people consented to. The recommendations highlighted areas for clarification, public education, regulatory improvements, and enhanced operational practices. And again, the government is grateful. It stands to again put on record that the feedback was a part of the approach that this government has taken in hosting 249 consultation sessions across Jamaica since 2022 around national identification system. In fact, 30,225 persons have participated in these consultations across schools, churches, financial institutions, youth groups, service clubs, human rights groups, and members of the diaspora. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the public for their feedback. I want to thank the NIDS technical team, led by a very competent Dr. Warren Vernon, who is with us today. I want to now go to the regulations, and I will quickly move through. But, Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the regulations that we see here today were reviewed and amended by the National Identification and Registration Authority members. And at this time, I want to acknowledge all the members of the National Identity Registration Authority. This is the entity that has charge of the National Identification System. The National Identification and Registration Authority is chaired by Bishop Conrad Pitkin, who is also Custos. Attorney at Law Georgia Hamilton sits on it, Reverend Newton Dixon, Mr. Kenrick Steele, who is with us today in the House and who is an information and communication technology cybersecurity expert, Mr. Alok Jen, Maria Thompson Walters, who is known for human resource management and public administration, Ms. Sharika Hemmings Allison, who is a senior public official in the ministry with responsibility for the authority, Mr. Emil Holgate, who is a senior public official in the Ministry of National Security, and Mr. Gordon Christopher Record, who sits on the board as vice chairman and represents the private sector organization of Jamaica. Both Mr. Holgate and Mr. Record are also with us in the House today for the taking of these regulations, and I welcome them. You will notice, members, that the chair of NERA is the one who signs the regulations and not anyone in the administration. This is important because it is NERA that has the tremendous responsibility of safeguarding this new system. And NERA rests as an independent body that is appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition. And that was done in this case. Madam Speaker, not only is NERA responsible for the implementation and safeguarding the entire system, the Act further empowered an oversight body, the National Identification and Registration Inspectorate, whose function will be provided by the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, which is chaired by the Honorable Mr. Earl Jarrett and includes members of the opposition and of the government. It is therefore clear that a robust hierarchy of oversight has been put in place for these important regulations. The actual regulations before us today, Madam Speaker, treat with the following matters, and I will go through them individually. One, the National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024. These regulations detail the practicalities of the national ID as it relates to enrollment, cancellation, renewal, and re-enrollment, and specific matters concerning the National Identification Card. The forms are outlined in the first schedule. The second schedule contains the list of acceptable verifying documents. The third schedule states the requirements for photographs and fees are detailed in the fourth schedule. These regulations outline how, when, where, why, and by whom an application may be made. As the government moves towards digital transformation to allow the Jamaican people to access more services from the comfort of their homes, which are enabled by a trusted national identification card, the National Identification and Registration Authority will be the first fully digitized and digitalized public sector entity. Nevertheless, accommodations have been made to ensure that no one is left behind. Madam Speaker, NIDS will be an inclusive system. NERA will be required to meet persons where they are. These regulations have included specific provisions for groups such as persons with disability, the infirm, and the elderly. Provisions have also been made for persons who are not able to apply and interact with the NIDS on their own behalf. Persons who are not able to act on their own behalf due to age or capacity may be represented by authorized representatives, as outlined in the regulations. These individuals must be verified as being authorized to represent these individuals. Madam Speaker, NIDS will be an important tool in enabling persons to assert and prove their identity. We are aware of those individuals who have not been able to do so for one reason or another. They do not have the documents, they cannot afford the fees to get the documents, they must depend on the goodwill and charity of others. But those persons are not formally authorized to act for them. NIDS will be operationalized in such a manner that persons who require assistance to overcome these issues will be able to do so in order to be able to assert his or her own identity finally. There are several persons who are currently disenfranchised from the very system set up to assist them because they cannot utilize the currently acceptable forms of representation. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking about those persons who sometimes cannot afford to have a lawyer to draft a power of attorney, those who are old and infirm and rely on persons in the community to assist them. Those persons are only able to assist to a certain point because they are not able to prove that they are authorized to act for those persons. In seeking to account for all persons, two forms have been developed to allow these representatives to be authorized to apply and engage with the national ID on behalf of these individuals, to the extent that the individual wishes. Madam Speaker, the other set of regulations are the National Identification and Registration Appeals Tribunal regulations. In a democracy, it's crucial that any public body can be held to account. An appeal system has been built in whereby an aggrieved individual may appeal any decision that affects their enrollment, their national identification number, their national identification card, or identity information. These regulations detail how an appeal may be made and withdrawn, how the appeal will proceed, the rights and responsibility of each party to the appeal, how each panel of an appeal tribunal will conduct itself, the forms for facilitating an appeal. Madam Speaker, this feedback on these regulations highlighted areas that needed to be reconciled with the Principal Act. We are grateful for that observation, and those areas have been corrected. Apart from that, Madam Speaker, comments primarily address the ease of access and the redress before the tribunal. NERA will seek to be as helpful as possible from an operational perspective, and the regulations indicate that, however, it must be noted that appeals tribunal will be an independent body that determines its own operations. The third set of regulations, Madam Speaker, speak to the National Identification and Registration Identity Services Regulations 2024. Those outline the framework for providing identity services, including authentication, and verification by NERA. It includes an identity services framework that NERA can authenticate national identification numbers or cards and verify identity information with enrolled individuals' consent, facilitating interactions with third parties entities to help improve business processes and citizens' lives. 2 accredited third parties, different types and levels of accredited third parties, and the agreements are provided for. Due diligence and agreements, the regulations detail requirements for accreditation, rules, responsibilities, data protection, and security. The forms and fees, including schedules outlining fees, application forms, required information, and mandatory contents of third-party agreements. Data protection and consent, identity information disclosure is strictly controlled, requiring proof of the enrolled individual's consent. Madam Speaker, this should be repeated. Identity information under the National Identification System is strictly controlled, required proof of the enrolled individual's consent before it can be shared. Accredited third parties must adhere to confidentiality duties and keep consent records for audits. There are also penalties for non-compliance. Breaches can lead to the suspension or termination of agreements and services, impacting future accreditation. There are also penalties under the National Identification and Registration Act 2021. The regulations therefore aim to facilitate ease of doing business while ensuring the protection, security, privacy of personal data, reflecting the government's commitment to good governance and inclusive service. There is also the National Identification and Registration Information Security Regulations. These regulations address perhaps the most important area of public discussion. It speaks to the information security policy, that NERA must have a written policy that all stakeholders, including staff, agents, contractors, and third parties, must follow. It speaks to a dedicated Chief Information Security Officer, which will oversee the security review, review the policy, monitor security affairs, and publish an annual report on the authority's security status, including current standards. Speaks to technical and organizational measures. Specific security measures must be implemented internally and across the whole ecosystem, including contractors and third parties. Employees and agents must take an oath to preserve confidentiality as detailed in the regulation schedule. There's also the user security agreement. NERA must publish a user agreement outlining the secure use of the National Identification Card, including terms for digital certificates and security features. These set of regulations also speak to data protection, which is emphasized throughout the regulations. The 2020 Data Protection Act is applied fully. The annual report should address breaches in a controlled manner to avoid compromising security. Accountability and compliance, there is a last resort, Madam Speaker. If NERA fails to comply with the standards, oversight bodies such as the National Identification and Registration Inspectorate, the Information Commissioner, and Parliament will ensure compliance. Madam Speaker, the last set of regulations speak to the National Identification and Registration Assignment of National Identification Numbers, Regulations 2024. Madam Speaker, the National Identification Number will be identical to the registration number that is assigned by Tax Administration Jamaica under Section 17D of Part of the Revenue Administration Act. Taxpayers who choose to enroll in the NIDS will use their tax registration number as their national identification number, and those who are not taxpayers will be able to apply for a registration number for the sole purpose of enrolling in the NIDS. This regulation sets out the practical details of achieving this. A national identification number may not be assigned until an existing registration number has been verified or a new registration number has been assigned. The TAJ and the Office of the Prime Minister have worked together to develop the necessary processes and to make the necessary legislative instruments. These regulations must be read in conjunction with the Revenue Administration assignment of registration number for the purpose of enrollment on the National Identification and Registration Act Regulations 2023, and the RAA regulations have also been tabled, Madam Speaker, just for information purposes. So, Madam Speaker, there you have it. We have the National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024, the National Identification and Registration Information Security Regulations 2024, the National Identification and Registration Assignment of National Identification Numbers Regulations 2024, the National Identification and Registration Appeals Tribunal Regulations 2024, the National Identification and Registration Identity Services Regulations 2024, the Electronic Transactions Act, National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024. And Madam Speaker, this is in keeping with the administration's thrust towards digital transformation. The Electronic Transactions National Identification and Registration Electronic Forms Regulations 2024 has been made to facilitate the use of prescribed forms in the digital format. This ensures that electronic forms will be recognized to be substantively the same as the prescribed forms, have the same effect as the prescribed forms have been submitted and otherwise utilized electronically. So, Madam Speaker, we are on the cusp of operationalizing our national identity, our national ID. These regulations will go a long way in moving us to the creation of a secure, inclusive national ID. I truly want to extend my gratitude and appreciation again to the NIDS project team. Again, I spent some time in the office of the Prime Minister, a wonderful team of hard-working public servants, Madam Speaker. And I think the House should give them a big, big round of applause, commendations. Madam Speaker, getting here hasn't been easy, and I want to commend the entire Office of the Prime Minister, but especially the legal team and the Chief Parliamentary Counsel and her staff. They too deserve accolades, along with the Solicitor General and her staff and the Director of Legal Reform Department for the hard work they put in to making these regulations a reality. We should recognize them, members. Establishing a new system, much less a new identification system, a new national identification system, is not easy. But, Madam Speaker, it will make the lives of our citizens easier. As such, we're moving towards one nation, one identity, and a secure national ID to create the innovative and inclusive services we deserve. Now, I invite other members of the House if they have any contribution on these regulations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I have a couple of questions, and you may need just your technical team to clarify whether these issues have been addressed in the final set of regulations. The first relates to full transparency needed regarding the retention of personal data. Applicants must be made fully aware of that at the start of the enrollment process, that some of their personal data will remain in the NIDS database even if they exercise their right to withdraw their application for enrollment, or if they later cancel their NIDS enrollment and no longer have a national ID card. It is essential that the retained data is specifically listed, for example, whether it's fingerprints, facial images, and not just captured under the heading personal data. This was not the case in the previous draft, so you can confirm whether it is in this particular draft. The second set of issues relate to Form 4 on the notification for cancellation of enrollment. In this form, it is stated that the individual has 28 days in which to appeal the decision by the authority to cancel their enrollment. However, they are also told this, and I quote, "If you do not wish to challenge this decision, you are required to surrender the national identification card to an enrollment center within 14 days of the date of this notice." The issue I have here is just the inconsistency between 28 and 14, and if it is so, we should maintain, if it's 28 days, you should have another 28 days to hand in the card, so instead of 14. The same thing exists in Form 5, the request for the cancellation of enrollment. There's a similar anomaly between the 28 and the 14 days. So again, you can just confirm whether that has been addressed. The next set of issues relate to the NIDS information security regulations. And I want to ask you whether there will be public reporting where breaches have been identified, not just internal, but public reporting of that. And similarly, whether in Section 324D, dealing with the statement in the annual report, disclosing data regarding breaches, the annual report needs to be made available to the public, including statements on breaches. And then the final issue relates to the oath that employees and agents of the authority would have to take, and just an assurance that taking that oath does not discharge them from their responsibility under the ATI Act if a request is made for them to provide information related to NIDS. Obviously, there are exemptions about personal data, and that's not what I'm talking about, but we have seen many instances where public sector employees refuse to comply with lawful requests because they have said they have taken an oath of secrecy. So if you could address those issues for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Memo. So in relation to your first question regarding full transparency, yes, that was changed, right? So that has been incorporated. And again, we thank all the persons for feedback. In relation to public, well, in relation to the oath, it does not discharge them from their responsibilities under the access to information. And as you have framed it, clearly there are exemptions in relation to personal information, but not a wholesale discharge in relation to sharing under the access to information. In relation to annual report being made public, the answer is yes, public reporting, and in relation to public reporting in general, where there are breaches, right? So public reporting is a requirement under the Data Protection Act, and we have to adhere to the Data Protection Act. In fact, the chairman of NERA is already registered with the Information Commissioner's Office and NERA with the Information Commissioner's Office and have already paid the fees in that regard. So they are fully subject to the provisions of the Data Protection Act, and public reporting is a requirement under the Data Protection Act. I think there were different views in relation to the timeframes. I'm awaiting to see if that was changed, but I take the point, but I don't think it should fully detain us. I think it's something that NERA can look at, especially in the implementation stages, and to see if it is posing a challenge. As you outlined what was given, there was a longer time frame was given for persons who determined that they were going to appeal, and if you determine that you are not going to appeal, a shorter time frame given for which you could carry in your national ID. I do take the point, but I think at minimum, a significant time period has been given for somebody to be able to appeal. And I think that is substantial in light of the regulations that we're passing. I don't know if there are any, oh, sorry, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask a very quick question of the Minister. Minister, Recently, you would have seen some of your colleagues express some statements in the public domain that got many of us very concerned about how some ministers of government would approach and handle information that comes to them. Granted, some of what we have heard we know to be false, but in this environment where the public is sometimes finds it difficult to separate fake information from real information, I think it is important. Well, I'm asking if you think it is important for your colleagues when they are speaking, especially when they're speaking as if they have information on their colleagues or others, that it is important for them to be very careful what they say, lest we jeopardize, reduce, or diminish the confidence that Jamaicans may have in the needs.
I think one of the pluses of the national identification system is the design of the system. The system is so designed that it insulates itself from any form of influence. One of the things I made a point in going through the regulations are signed by NERA, by that body, not by members of the government. And NERA had to be put in first before these regulations could be brought to the House. And NERA and the board of NERA is appointed by the Governor General upon consultation with the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. So the system has been put in place to insulate the national identification system because it is so critical from the political process and from the cut and thrust of politics, and I think that is important. But we haven't stopped there. Not only has it been insulated by design, it has also an independent oversight that we all believe in, right? So the EOJ has proven itself to be a very good body in relation to taking all our views, in relation to monitoring and establishing systems that can stand up to public scrutiny. And as such, it was determined that the EOJ would act as the inspectorate. And again, the EOJ does have membership from the opposition, from the government in equal, and does have independent commissioners. And those commissioners, again, will ensure that the systems that are put in place can stand up to international scrutiny. When we embarked on the national identification system journey, it was about looking at best practices, looking at where systems have gone wrong, and ensuring, knowing our culture, that our people would feel assured that they are able to trust the system. So I say all of that to say, I won't comment on what persons say, right? What is important, what is important is that the system is free from influence, regardless of what people on the opposition side may say, what people on the government side may say. It is insulated from those comments. Now, whether I believe that as politicians we must be careful in our commentary, everybody has to be careful in their commentary. I agree. And I do believe that people should more fulsomely answer questions when they're asked about their personal information, that they should share that if they seek high office. I believe that. But that is not what we're debating here. What we're debating is ensuring that a system is in place that regardless of what anybody wants to say, you can't get around the security mechanism in the national identification system.
In the response that was given, Madam Speaker. But Mr. Minister, I'm not sure I'm clear on one particular aspect that I asked. So let us say, for example, a minister of government who you say has been isolated from the system, but they happen to have some information that people would consider to be private information that has been gathered through this system. They then go out, fabricate, embellish, and repeat what they have made up in their mind, plus what they have heard. So it's sufficient truth and enough lie to make it believable. What recourse do others have? What sanctions are there? And is there, in fact, a commitment on the part of this government to hold persons like that accountable? Or is it everything goes based on the political aim that you are hoping to achieve?
Minister.
You know, the question gives us an opportunity. I think part of what we are not appreciated is that the national identification system is designed like none before it, right? Clearly, there is no system that is perfect. But the reality is that in order to gain access, in order to do anything on the national identification system, there's a record that's created that cannot be removed. Right? So one of the things that we were at pains to do is to ensure that we use the highest level of technology, blockchain technology, to ensure that we record every access of our national identification database. So the reality is that not only have we done that, but we have also ensured that there are laws for unauthorized access. So any access by anybody that is unauthorized will be dealt with by the full gamut of the law, right? So I want to make that clear. And what this government has done, and that is why it's important that we all, and I say this, and I want to, you know, thank the member from, what's Julian's constituency? Southeast St. Andrew. It's very important that we all support this drive. Right? This is a drive to ensure that some of the things that we complain of, we will not be able to complain of them because we're putting the protection in. So I think that is important. So, you know, I don't want us to distract from the core, and what I'm saying in direct response is that one, it will be extremely difficult. But if you get unauthorized access, we will know, right? And we being not the government, this is not a government-run system. We being the independent NERA body that has been appointed through agreement between your leader and my leader and our leaders of government to ensure that we have that independent system in place. Outside of that, I won't go in further, more than what I have said. I think, let me leave it at that. I will say other things, other places.
Minister.
But, Madam Speaker, these regulations are not just a step forward. They are a leap into a brighter future. They represent the culmination of years of dedication, collaboration, and collective wisdom of hundreds of Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, the 300 participants in the pilot project are eagerly awaiting their secure national IDs from the new National Identification and Registration Authority. They, along with countless others, stand to benefit from this initiative. Together, Madam Speaker, we can build a nation united with one secure identity. With the support of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, we can make this vision a reality. Madam Speaker, I now therefore ask that the regulations be approved. Let's approve these regulations and unlock the potential of a secure national ID system for all Jamaicans.
Thanks, Minister. The question is that the regulations be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the next matter is fairly straightforward. And this is in relation to the tabling of the Conch Export Levy Rate of Levy Order 2024 resolution. Tabled before this Honourable House are the Conch Export Levy Rate of Levy Order 2024 and the Conch Export Levy Rate of Levy Order 2024 resolution. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House should note that the Conch Export Levy Act was passed in 2009, with the main purpose being to facilitate the imposition of a levy to be paid on each pound of conch exported during each conch season pursuant to Section 3 of the Act. Section 9 of the Act establishes the Fisheries Management Development Fund, which mandates that all proceeds of the levy collected are to be allocated to the fund to facilitate the sustainable management and development of the fisheries sector. Important to note that Section 11 of the Act stipulates that any exporter who fails to pay the levy commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction in a parish court to a fine equivalent to 5 times the value of the unpaid amount of the levy, or $3 million, whichever is greater, and in default of payment, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months. Section 12 of the Act provides for the unpaid levy to be recovered summarily by the Commissioner, without limit to the amount, as a civil debt in a parish court at the suit of the Attorney General. This Honourable House is reminded that the levy, which was imposed for the 2023 conch season, was at a rate of 50 cents in the currency of the United States of America, or its Jamaican equivalent, per pound of conch exported. It is noted that for the 2024 conch fishing season, I have made a decision not to increase the rate of levy, as the industry is currently experiencing some marketing and other economic challenges, and to increase the rate of levy at this time would place added burden in the circumstances. Therefore, in the exercise of the power conferred upon me as Minister pursuant to Section 31C2 of the Act, on May 21, 2024, I made the order for an exporter to pay a levy at the rate of 50 US cents, or its Jamaican equivalent, to the Veterinary Services Division for each pound of conch exported during the 2024 conch fishing season. Therefore, the object of the order pursuant to Section 3 of the Act is to legally require a person who proposes to export or who exports conch to pay the Veterinary Service Division a levy of 50 cents in the currency of the United States of America, or the equivalent in Jamaican currency, for each pound of conch exported during the 2024 conch fishing season. In the circumstances, given the matters highlighted above, I ask this Honourable House for its full support in affirming by resolution the conch export levy, rate of levy order 2024.
Minister, it would appear.
Madam Speaker.
Small conclusion on the debate.
Yes, I concluded the debate, Madam Speaker, and ask that the motion be approved.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion, notice of which Minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you so much, Minister. House Leader, it is now over to you. There is also one small matter. House Leader, I'm not sure if you'd like to do it on adjournment. Are you aware of the passing of our first female Speaker of the House? It would have happened.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns for a date to be fixed. Madam, on the adjournment, I ask you to make the announcement about.
So members, while we sat here in Parliament, probably about an hour and a half ago, our first female Speaker of the House of Representatives, Violet Nielsen, passed away. She served between 1989 to 1997 to 2002. She served the constituency of St. James East Central and was a member of the People's National Party. Members will, on the next sitting of the House, be instructed by House Leader as to preparation in respect of tributes for our fallen former member of the House. So on the matter of the dates given, I notice House Leader said that we are going to conclude for a date to be set. And members, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned and will meet when next instructed.